Have I read you my thesis on sea slugs?
Torment comes soon.
Perfect! Welcome to the dive site. Thank you for contributing to my expedition. principally when facing out to sea. I can't wait to school some fish. I brew my potions with salt water for that extra zing.
My decree is made.
What is the word?
Frugality is not a virtue, I assure you. Would you like to join my expedition?
The order is given.
All profits go to cutting-edge research.
Quite likely.
Pay no attention to the trap.
Welcome to the dark side.
Salvation.
Like that rat. Never abandon your
favorite. Fuck it, yes, dude. It's my favorite. Sick. No squishing my nose. She's still gay. That's funny. Shit. CIA operative.
My speciality, alone time.
What am I doing? Oh,
Some lessons cannot be passed from teacher to student. They must be experienced.
Choices. Those are my
The
only true
Kenku will
possessions.
be watching.
Recommending. If at first you don't succeed, throw another rock! Speed time! Erupt! Either way, I'm going to learn something from it.
come on, man. Fucking die. How are they not dead there, bro? Is my fucking team doing any damage at all? Good lord.
The
A dull
desert's beauty
blade
lies
cannot
beneath the sand.
the tree.
Lagging behind every time something happens 0.7 later.
I have found my goal.
for this guy. What are you doing, dude? Ability haste equal to 30% of the power. I don't know what these are, bro. Oh. Deal 6% motion strength behind.
Though I no longer
This is stuck.
I pray its new owner remembers what I taught her.
A still. Away with you! So long as the desert blooms, there is hope.
If only
Time for a clean slate. Every stone is a different story.
I have seen this
What I need is some fresh material.
once before, long ago. If it persists,
I have the earth to
Guys, fucking tanking everything here.
An easy caller.
Bonus attack damage to ability power.
filling down, stock up now. Any item you need with Shopkeeper Lau. Just buy something.
The earth calls, and I must answer. Stones like the density.
I could have flashed into my E and then he would have fucking got stunned off of the E. That would have been cool. Go!
I'm not
I
going
don't
to
know what the
learn
fuck is
anything
happening
just
with my
standing
mouse, but
around.
this shit is like
My speciality.
laggy. It's really annoying.
Alone time.
Everything I do is like a second later it happens. It's fucking awful.
And another. Strike lightning.
I realized two of our fucking morons was dead. God damn it. Oh, that's what that
The enemy moves slowly and without thought. If I were out there, this would be over in an instant.
Eyes on the horizon. Feet on the
Gate
ground.
behind you.
I hate this. Fucking mouse bullshit, dude.
I have seen the spirits behave this way once before, long, long ago. If it persists, defending Koshin was my duty, one that I upheld to my last breath. But after the war... Wait, are you still listening to this old man's rambling? Get back to fighting!
Glad I could pick this up.
The king
Every pebble holds infinite potential. Best to keep moving.
What? Like, okay. Good job, right?
Every
The
pebble
enemy
holds
moves
infinite
slowly
potential.
and without thought. If I were out there, this would be
Here! Time to get going. This world is a tapestry of our own making. Need to break the mood down.
Crazy bitch. It's crazy. Big ass nose, dude.
Can't squeeze much more from this stone.
Erna. I
They were mean! Hold it right there! Got it. What an interesting pattern. This!
That's much better. Oh, kind of. Feels better.
Distance means so little when family means so much. I keep moving, but my feet are on solid ground.
They said,
have the book.
Literally 2 auto attacks. That's what it takes for him to kill me. 2 auto attacks. But it won't take me 2 spells though. I'd have to cast 800 fucking spells.
But he could just auto attack me twice and I'm dead. Cool, dude. Fucking sick. What a great game. Is it because this shit is over here? Maybe if I moved this over here. It does feel a lot better. Huh. Maybe that's it. Whatever. Every ADC I ever played with dumb fuck pussy that just stands there instead of trying to trade every time, dude. I hit the farm. That's weird, because the other guy can hit me. The other guy auto attacks me. He's trading with me, but you can't do that. Why? Why? You fucking moron. Shit, you fucking retard. Holy shit, dude. Dumb fuck.
I know what looks.
Hiding in the fucking really, dude.
Receive your fate.
time, but. Almost had him. Okay. Starting to wait. Fuck. One auto attack. I got a flash. Fucking worthless, dude. Nice, I would say overall that was a good play. Wasn't really my intention, but worked out good. Having sex, blah, 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 blah. Running away, dude. And then he goes back in and dies anyway, dude. That is fucking retarded. Oh my god, what a dumb fuck. Okay, maybe he didn't have any mana, but in that case, he's retarded for using his fucking abilities instead of his ult. I can't stand it, dude. I can't stand people who think they're smart because they run away. No, see, I did 5 chess moves ahead, and if I go here, he goes there, and if I go here, he goes there. So as a result, I need to run away. Wow. Isn't it crazy that it always seems to be the smart play that ends up being the fucking cowardly one too? Cool, dude. Let me guess, you need to run. Let me guess, the answer is run away like a fucking pussy. Let me guess. I don't care about the portion, whatever.
Green loves me for that one. There's no way he doesn't love me for that one.
Malphite? I didn't even know that. What the fuck? for Nasus there, bro. Just kill the Nico. Okay, now he wants to go after that. Okay. Expensive build, but... See if I can get his smite right before dragon. Ah. These fucking morons just let me get hit by the fucking meat cleaver when they're half health. They're not even in danger of dying. Genius fucking morons, dude.
You got the wrong info.
Fucking useful, right? Useful item. Thank God she could push R more often. I just handed her a fucking dragon and she walks in and dies, dude. Okay. Okay. This guy's fucking retarded, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Stupid bitch throws the game in the trash with one fucking retard play. shit retard. Yep. Dead again. Walking around where she shouldn't be for no reason at all. Just dying. Cool, dude. You're fucking awesome. Chase me around the map instead of just going mid. Yeah, this is a good idea. Chase me around. Fucking morons. I'm over here now in case you want to run all the way across the fucking map just to kill me and go aboard. Yeah, right off. Look at this shit. Like, hello? Bro, no fucking end the game, you retard. What are you doing? We gotta catch the bard. Why? Shit, they're trying to kill me so fucking bad.
Quickly!
My team some time. Okay, this is we can't do it, bro. This guy's a fucking moron. He's doing nothing. I bet I did way more damage than Misfortune. I bet you. Let's see. No, the same. Did 1,000 more damage than our fucking ADC. Useless dumb fuck. Useless dumb fuck. Cool, dude. Complete waste of my fucking life. Complete waste of time. Sick.
코르키는 좀 세게 나가네요.
This shit is still going on?
이거 그 말씀하신 진과 코르키 사이의 선택지는 아마 안배사 때문에 갈린 것 같아요. 안배사가 들어왔을 때 진은 대응이 안 되는데
맞습니다.
코르키는 이제 저런 부르저들과 맞딜을 하는 게 가능하니까 그쪽의 차이점을 살리려고 하는 것 같네요.
그렇군요. 자, 이렇게 해서 하나생명과 T1, T1과 하나생명의 1세트 뱀픽이 완료됐습니다. 자, 경기 시작됐습니다. 안 하시면 저희가
네.
지금부터 하실래요? 그럼 하나생명부터 할게요. 자, 누가 선창 부탁드려요.
That's
네,
highlights,
감사합니다.
no? Oh no. It's
어느
just the
순간부터는 좀
fucking game.
그게 힘들어졌습니다.
그렇습니다.
안데사도 성장이 뭐 압도적인 것도 아니고
예.
탈리아의 개입도 쉽지 않을 것 같고 탈리아가 사이드 개입을 만약에 한다고 하더라도
아딱한 칩니다. 요거 병력들이 나눠져 있어요. 안배사도 와야겠죠. 막으려면 탈리아도 마찬가지.
대차다가
예,
교전을
아니
전환.
싸움으로 바꿔도 되고 싸움. 자,
이거 잘 깔렸고
이거
페이지.
와
옆으로
뒤에서 아래로
빠졌고요.
누르고요.
너무 깔끔했는데요.
왜?
안배사도 빨려 들어갔고
그냥
야,
또
와,
생명 트리플 킬.
그리고 상대는 원하는 대로 플레이를 하는데 그걸 저지할
찔러버릴
방법이
수 있어요.
걸려.
찔러.
저지할 방법이
대로
딱히
전면.
예 이것도 끌려갔으니까
도망갈 수 있네.
좋은 거죠.
예. 자, 제카가 킬을 먹었고요.
지금 이 흐름은 하나생명이 가는 길이 곧 길이 만들어지는 느낌. 전차가
예.
지나가는 길처럼
예.
그렇게 돼버릴 확률이 좀 높아 보여서
맞죠.
T1 입장에서 계속 뭐 파밍에 집중해야 된다. 저희도 말씀을 그렇게 드릴 수밖에 없는데 엄청 힘들어 보입니다.
그렇죠.
네.
속도도 빠르고 등판 각도 올라가는 각도도 높습니다. 하나생명 그만큼 더 강력한 엔진을 장착하게 됐고요.
아트가 그냥 궁을 켰는데요.
빠졌어요.
있습니다.
안 뺐어. 제카도 체력 한번 넘어졌고요. T1
탄을 쏘는 것처럼
그러게요.
돌격 신호를 애쉬가 내렸어요.
그렇습니다.
애쉬로 그런 플레이를 와.
역시 구마윤 씨.
그리고 저 카나비의 수호천사. 저게 어떻게 쓰이냐에 따라서 게임의 흐름을 결정지을 수 있는
예.
거라 이게 좀 T1 입장에선 긴장되겠죠.
오돈 앞서 들고 있다가 바로 끊기는 안타까운 장면도 있었고요. 여기서 뺏어 먹자. 1.4 너도 써.
이렇게 된
네,
게
헬프
근데 이게-
야, 우리 편화.
근데 약간 버퍼링이 좀 많이 걸렸는데요.
예.
잠깐만요.
부활 결국
Oh,
잡았습니다만.
shit.
넘어갔고요. 그리고 이거
카이사가
필요하고요. 었는데요
예.
아니
Holy
이거
shit.
끝났는데요.
이게 또 변곡점.
Holy
와 이게
fuck, dude.
아니
Carrying in, of course.
5대0 페나티
Damn.
웰컴 투 T1 가자.
That's crazy.
야, 무슨 앞에 변곡점 무슨 뭐 주연 뭐야
Why isn't Cage doing
다
anything?
필요
He's
없어요.
not allowed to.
다 필요 없어요. 마지막에 이게 딱입니다.
예.
다 지워 다 지워.
아이러니하게도 수호천사가 있었기 때문에 그걸 너무 믿었습니다.
네.
그렇습니다. 그래서 구도가 안 좋게 짜여졌고 거기서 T1 대승하면서 한타가 끝나버렸죠.
그리고 게임이 끝나버렸죠. 와,
끝났습니다.
와. 그리고 세레머니로 한번 적지가 들어가다 우물아 나를 때려라. 제게 이번엔 T1입니다. 1대1 경기를 다시 원점으로 돌려놓는 T1.
야,
한 방에 꺼당했습니다. 킬은 하나.
So we got. Huh.
생명이 더 먹었어요 사실상.
그러니까 엄청난 격차가 벌어진 건 아니었고 결국 시간인 만큼 한타를 어떻게 그러니까 테이블 세팅을 어떻게 하냐가 중요했는데 하나 생명이 근거는 있었지만 말렸고 반대로 T1에게는 그동안 견제를 많이 받았던 카이사에게 완벽한 판이 깔린 거라 한 방에 넘어갔네요.
예.
카나비가 바이를 잡았을 때 좀 아쉬운 퍼포먼스가 나왔던 기억들이 많다 보니까
예.
이거 하나 생명 좋아.
오!
에이,
빨간
에이.
오늘 뭐 마이의
아니지 않아요?
예, 적당히 낙담 알겠죠?
에이.
페이즈.
진,
예.
예, 진 카르마도 어쩌다 한 번씩 11. 이거군요.
어.
구심 끝에 이렇게 돌리고 돌리다가 이렇게 뱀픽을 완성시켰습니다. 한화생명과 T1, 한화생명과 T1의 세 번째 세트 시작하겠습니다.
True.
또 아칼리가 뭐 적당히
오, 반박.
와 근데 저런 식으로 딜교환을 아예 밀어내버리면 얘기가 좀 다른데요.
예. 집에 갔다 와야죠.
네.
뭐 텔 있긴 합니다만 가는 거 한번 막 예.
이게 예전에 비해서 기력 챔피언들이 유지력 기반으로 버티기가 힘들어진 것도 맞고 방금 좀 세게 맞았어요.
자, 먼저 저 원하는 타이밍이 아닌데 집에 갔다 올 수밖에 없었고요. 구마의 체력이 좀 깎였습니다. 오자마자 또 맞아요. 나 집에 갔다 왔어. 오! 집에 갔...
예.
카마 돌리고
와! 제카! 근데 진짜 말씀하신 거 오자마자 몇 초 내에 킥
예.
나왔습니다. 맞다가
이제 앞으로 나오니까
지르네 라는 생각이 들었을 것 같고 낯을 저렇게 휘두르면 또 강화평타
아래쪽은요.
거거든요.
구마의 위치반대.
이거 슬라이딩
오,
하듯이
페이즈!
이게 이렇게
페이즈! 살려! 쉴드!
제우스가 또 제이스의 달인이기도 하고
그렇죠.
또 사이언 입장에서도 뭐 여러 가지를 좀 의식해야 되잖아요. 엇박힌 킹이 나올 수도 있는 거고
들어왔다가
카나비!
카나비 온다.
네.
주먹을
이거
뻗어. 아이엠 복수.
바이가
베이커
보는데
옆에 있습니다.
여기
메리
투자된
근처에?
인원이 달라서
자, 올감을 던져봤습니다만 뭐 적당히 피해주고요. 천룡 먹자. 텔로 옵니다. 레나타도
이거 뺏으면서 6을
먹었고.
돌았는데 안 됐어요.
근데 또 페이지의 저항
아칼리가 밀어내고
들어가야. 제카. 이거 다음부터 도란이. 구마유 씨.
의외 상황이
예. 잡았다.
네.
야, 나름 이거 킬각이다.
야
도착 마치고
이건 견적을 완벽하게 봤네요.
야,
그렇네요.
예, 정말 절점 없는 처형이었고요. 야,
와.
도란
이걸?
지냈어?
이걸?
예. 야,
아.
또 싸웁니다.
아이가 2단 에어본. 근데 버스트가 되나요?
오, 잠시 불길에 등나무 죽었고요.
버티긴
다음
했고요.
찍고
그리고 때려요.
네, 구만수가 계속
찍고
앞으로
시작을 기회에 반격.
마지막에
나도 만만찮아.
우와!
킬을 냈어요. 그리고
그러면
이쪽에서 약간
체카.
스킬가 왔어.
예. 그러면 캐리합니까? 누굽니까? 딜라이트 못 도와줘요. 2대 1인데요.
일단-
돌리고 이거 빠져.
무결 처형도 없어서
예.
젝타가 스킬 빠진 순간 더 들어가기 힘들었죠.
맞습니다.
와, 방금 난타전이었습니다. 자, 그래서 2대 1 유충 더 먹었고요. 대기하고 있습니다. 3방. 오, 박피.
오,
올가미 만. 그러니까
근데
그다음에 체카. 자, 페이지가
왔어요. 속박
페이지가
왔어요.
빨고.
와 와중에 고등결이 속박이었던 것 같아요.
네. 이쪽에 집중 견제를 탑과 미드가 해주고 있는 건 되게 좋은 거예요.
거기서 집에 가시려고요? 쫓아가도 정지명령.
예, 강타 쓰면서
페이지.
딱 걸렸죠?
페이지 믿고 하니까 적극적으로 임하고요. 오,
이거
풀코를 막았죠?
근데 보호막 영혼의 광동 깼어요. 그래서 완전 퍼펙트한 콤보는 아니어서 예,
끝자락 압니다 또.
거리를 벌렸네요.
그렇죠. 그러면 용은요 먹으면 T1이 두 번째를 챙길 수 있습니다.
바이궁이 없는 턴이라
네. 아칼리 기회인가요?
이거 연계가
모아놓고 반대쪽 데카.
이걸 넣고 아칼리 들어왔고요.
와.
아칼리가
다
들어갔는데요. 와 오라가 그래도.
와또
와
이걸
아니
이렇게
근데
받았죠?
한쪽도 다 죽었는데요?
이번에 한번 모여서 강한 압박 원하는데요.
네.
지금 하나생명 스포츠가 날개를 펼치고 있어서
그러면 일단은 바이 옆구리 구조.
일단 레나타가 터졌고요.
궁극기 꽂았는데.
매를 잡았고요.
네. 자 제우스도 해머지를
Come on,
다시
guys.
날아가자.
What? Oh boy, that was
마무리가
fucking.
아슬아슬 안 됐죠.
What the fuck is that?
아, 더블킬. 제우스 옷. 그리고 캐리아까지 비켜. 비켜가 아니라 죽이네요. 하나 에이스.
와, 근데 이게 이런 게임이 사이온이 지금 이 메타에서 완전 탑티어급 탱커잖아요.
예.
근데 오히려 사이온이야말로 저런 돌진 챔피언들을 붙들어 놓긴 좀 힘들어서 좀 공허할 수는 있습니다.
그렇죠. 때로는 무시당할 수도 있고요. 패스가 될 수도 있습니다.
그냥 패싱을
전령.
하면 돼요.
예. 전령 풀었고요. 아, 여기서 풀면
자,
조정.
위로 갈까 아래로 갈까?
조정. 카나비 앞선 벽을
언제나
예.
카나비가 전력을 시선이 많이 가요.
예. S자로 저걸 뚫고 가네요. 그리고 바로 먹어요?
거침없이 쳐요.
네.
아니
아타칸.
또 싸우고 싶은가 봐요.
데카는 뒤쪽. 아타칸은 미끼일 뿐일까요? 아니면 진짜일까요?
싸움이야?
예.
나도
사이언
뛰어야지.
왔어요.
양쪽이
자, 뒤에
합의가 되고 와우!
Jesus.
뒤에 아칼리 뒤.
일단
하나
바이가
뒤집어라.
교전 봐야 돼요.
교전.
와 이거 아칼리가 뒷라인을 뚫어서
Nice.
아칼리가 사죽입니다. 그러면 2대2인데 나는 도란이면 사이언이면 한계가
Damn.
또 제우스
fight.
제가 제. 와또 살았어요.
T1이 막 건물이 이게
Uh-oh.
워낙 성장이 좋아서.
딜로
Damn, dude, it's like 2 spells. What the fuck was that? Oh, because he's 8-0, 7-0.
이 팀의
어.
어마어마한 무력을 다시 한번 확인할 수 있는 경기 양상이 아닐까 싶습니다.
제이스 너 선
네,
넘었어?
예, 제우스의 제이스. 너 노데스 헬프 있어? 카나비가 오거든요. 자, 페이커도 오고 빨리.
예, 이게-
속도가 필요. 와, 찍어.
이게 제한 시간 내에 잡아야 돼.
네.
제한 시간 내에
병거들이 오기 시작합니다.
잡았어요.
안 죽었어요. 딜라이트 힐도 주고.
이거 이러면
I mean, come on, Paige. This is all you, buddy.
예, 끊었어.
예, 아칼리
Oh,
못해. 그다음에 아칼리
Jesus.
하나 더.
Oh,
문제가
Jesus.
못 왔는데 밀려나는데요.
예,
맞습니다.
에이스가 한 명이 아니죠. 딜라이트. 그러면
여기서
도란지한테 맡긴 했습니다. 구원.
Terrible.
오늘 어떻게 도망을 가긴
예.
구마이씨.
구마이씨.
아니 그리고 이쪽에서도 킬이 또
That is
나서.
terrible.
아니 제카 솔키 지금 몇 번 되는 거죠?
그렇죠. 아,
Clusterfuck.
괜히 붙잡았다.
네.
팍. 킬을 누가 먹건 3명 잡았습니다. 하나생명. 자, 길 뚫었다. 드리프트가 그렇죠.
이게 진짜 무슨 미식 축구처럼
예, 누가 막어?
옆에서 막 붙잡으려고 했는데 그냥
맞죠?
끼고 왔죠?
그렇죠. 진정한 예 저지불가가 나왔고요.
네.
자, 일단 살았다. 자, T1의 반격 오늘 뭐 크게 요동치는 장면 많이 나왔습니다. 아, 페이지 막고 있고요.
근데 이게 또
벨트!
벨트가 노출이 되고 싸우면은
이게 나오면
적대적인 수호 뒤쪽에서
예.
광란이 다 왔어요.
아, 서로 싸우면 이 상황에서 이러면
Oh my god. Oh my god. That was so unfortunate. That delight. Oh my god.
오예. 아, 에이스인가요? 쿼드라킬. 1308입니까? 역대급 KDA 하나생명 제카. 지금까지 POG
Your delight is just
가장
fucking
힘든
crazy.
상대를 결정적인 순간에 겪으면서 먹겠습니다. 가장
God damn.
값진 POG. 아, 이거 확정은 아닙니다. 투표 중. 예. 와, 이걸 들어가는.
Wait, Zeus and Gumayushi are on fucking HLE? I didn't even. I totally forgot about Zeus, dude. Oh my god, what a rivalry! This is gonna be a great year. Holy shit.
하나생명. 자, 이번 캐스파커 가장 먼저 승자전에 진출합니다. 같이 진출하다 같이 이제 두 번째로 진출합니다.
그렇습니다. 올라가서 대기하는 거죠.
맞습니다.
네.
물론 그리고 T1도 탈락이 아니라 두 번째 연결점에서 본인들의 기회를 이어갈 수 있습니다.
그렇죠. 곧바로 이제 이어서 경기가 펼쳐질 예정인데
네.
와 이게 두 팀이 맞붙었을
What a
때
fucking
어떤
rivalry
그런
this is
화학
gonna
반응이
be.
나올 거냐.
Holy
이런
shit.
거에 대한 팬분들의 기대가 많으셨을 것 같은데
Wow.
양쪽답게 인상적인 경기력이 나왔고요. 그런 와중에
Insane. Insane. Yeah, sure. Nothing is ever that fucking simple. Bam, ba, ba, bam, bam, ba, me in my asshole, I'm just with the penis, fuck 'em in the bun.
Damn, Pace pentakill. Pace is like when Pace was on Genji, he was the guy who was like the pentakill farmer on like Zeri, especially Kalista, Aphelios, you know, Zaya, all that shit, Kaisa. How do I see how many pentakills he had? So in 2022, when he was on Genji, he got 2 pentakills. 2023, he got 3 pentakills. 2024, he got 2 pentakills. 2025, he had no pentakills. But in the LCK, he always gets like a couple per year on the champs that, you know. That's a lot of pentakills. What's that? That's like 6 pentakills. I think Paze will have always so much confidence to just slam Kaisa every game. It's a very different style to Guma, I would say. Like, Guma, to me, was always the player who will play a champ that is very good at controlling the game. He'll play Ashe, he'll play Varus, he'll play Jhin. Whereas Paze will pick Kalista, Kaisa, I mean, he still plays Varus, obviously, Lucian, Zeri, Ezreal, you know? He'll just play, like, give him resources and I'll carry. Whereas Guma was like, I will pick a champ that wins lane, play through our winning lane, and I'll be, like, strong all game, you know? Whereas Paze will just pick a champ with a dash and flash into 5 people and see what happens. So it'll be a different style, I think, for T1 in a way. Because when you play like Rumble and when you play like... when you play like AP champs like Rumble, Jhin fits them really well. When you play champs that are like Pantheon with Ashe, you have a lot of engage. When you play champs like MF or Varus, it gives you a lot of poke and a lot of setup. Now they just have this fucking kid that wants to dash in and smash people. He will still play Varus well, though. Does he play Jhin, Pace? I feel like, for me, for some reason, Jhin doesn't sound Pace. He probably plays it, though. I feel like they play everything. Man, how do I root for both teams? I feel like I want Guma to succeed, man. I really do. I hope Guma has a good time in HLE. The only worry I have from an HLE is Delight might run it down every now and then, and they will pick lanes that are losing because they can't play the winning lane matchups because, you know, he's used to having Keria. And also Kanavi will just lose the game every now and then. It'll just happen. He will just be like, oh, I'm dead. And then Guma will be like, what the fuck? Actually, how insane would the world storyline be if it's HLE T1 World Final? Guma and Zeus versus T1 for a world title. That would be so insane. That would be epic. Man, HLE Gen G T1 next year, it's gonna bang even harder just because of the stories. Like, I thought that the Telecom War is just untoppable. I think Telecom War is just... 5-game Telecom War World Final is just unbeatable. But I think an HLE T1 could beat it. In terms of, like, viewership and interest and eyes. And, like, stories. That would go crazy.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Man, we're so blessed in League. We're so blessed. What a blessing. LCK is such a blessing. What a blessing. I'm so blessed.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
audio doesn't even work.
You gotta try to see what works.
What that would be like. Leaning with my left hand instead of my right. Where's that Keyzan, whatever the fuck this shit.
Those are just cycles?
Huh.
Take your time, we can run this all day.
Controls.
Direct personal material requests to the operational staff office.
Making good time. Keep at it.
I wonder if this would be better. Let me check. Controls.
Now let's run it again. You can do better.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Let's get to work.
Close quarter reshuffle imminent. Stand clear of action zone.
Oh, that sucks. Already it sucks. Clear. What is this? 2? No. Clear. I don't know.
Consider this a learning moment.
Alright, we're gonna try that. Fuck. change. Yeah, primary gadget, secondary gadget. I'm gonna try that. Cool. Ball drill. Like, really, dude? Who the fuck wants to listen to 2 hours of Ethan Hawke? Like, it's just... Who's watching this shit? Like, Rogan hasn't had a good episode in like a fucking year, dude.
This bill could trigger the same kind of financial explosion that created over 500 trillion in completely new markets in the early 2000s.
Doubt it.
And just like last
Nothing
time,
ever happens.
this could also be the setup for what ended up becoming a complete disaster for the average person. Now, what is happening with the Clarity Act is not just about new regulation. This is a complete reset of the definition of cryptocurrency, blockchain, and the role that it plays within the traditional financial system. To explain a little bit about why what is happening with the Clarity Act is so important, let me take you back to something that happened 25.
No. New control scheme, new me.
We need to locate a bomb.
We got sex with bomb.
Your drone has found a bomb.
I made it out.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Already I'm fucking up. Already I'm fucking up, dude. Not good, not good.
Reloading.
Cluster charge deployed.
Watch out. Enemy.
devices out like a light. I've spotted enemy tech.
Placing cluster charge.
Enemy devices are off the board. Enemy device spotted.
Calling a meeting!
Friendly, last operator standing. 1 out 4 remaining. Diffuser is active, protected at all costs. Op 4 eliminated.
Whew.
Friendly mission successful.
Not bad. I'm gonna ban Thatcher now. For fuck's sake. Nice. No Thatcher ban. Hey, 31, not bad.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb.
Bandit, Morton, Tachanka.
Ten seconds before insertion. 5 seconds.
He got me.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Loading mag! Enemy devices out like a light.
Boogie's up! Boogie's close! Cluster charge deployed!
Claymore mine ready.
I've got my eye on you. Cam ready. Cam deployed.
The diffuser is no longer in your
Can I get
possession.
some fucking backup, dude? Can I get some? Like, what are you guys doing, dude? Fucking idiots. Useless dumb fucks. Like, what are you doing, dude?
15 seconds. 10 seconds left.
Like, are we doing like, are we doing the objective?
5
or what,
seconds
bro?
remaining.
What are we doing?
All friendlies have been eliminated.
Fucking idiots, dude. I forgot we're on a different site. I don't know which site they're on, but Thermite's probably not even useful. I don't know. This guy's playing fucking Fuse. Like, come on, dude. Really?
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
Like, take the breaching charges if you're gonna go Fuse. If I'm playing Thatcher, for fuck's sake, it's the only reason you can. It's the only reason you can play Fuse, because I'm playing Thatcher.
Be advised your drone has located a bomb. Insertion in 10 seconds.
Insertion? Interesting insertion.
Insertion in 5 seconds. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Hostile on my sights! First floor!
Where's the tel on it?
Looking for enemy devices.
Reloading.
Enemy. On my 12. Found enemy.
Reload.
Recover the diffuser.
Oh my god. I accidentally pushed the wrong fucking button, of course.
The diffuser has been secured.
Enemy device located.
It's just, you know? Yeah, everybody's dead and it's over. Cool.
The diffuser has been recovered. The diffuser diffuser
there.
is no longer in your
Fucking
possession.
sick.
All friendlies have been eliminated.
What is he even doing there, dude? Really? Fucking Christ. I'm just so done with these fucking people. 0 and 3, 0 and 3, 0 and 3. Just fucking useless. Also, I'm sick of this fucking map. I played this border 3 goddamn times in a row. Like, enough with border, dude. This map fucking sucks. Where's my clubhouse? Fuck up, dude. Holy shit. This is taking so long.
Secure the area.
Good
Keep the bombs
God.
protected.
Activating jammer.
Wall secured! Claw is on.
EDD prime. That's clear. Different prime. Going down.
Wall's done!
Down to 10 seconds. 5 seconds and counting.
Ambush set. Stay clear.
Bomb location secure.
Blast zone.
Device prime! Keep an eye on door! Changing mags.
Does this work if I...
Artillery is active.
Oh, it does. Cool. Of course, right when I lay down, that's when he fucking shows up. Of course, dude.
Reloading!
And this new control scheme is fucking weird. I'm leaning with my left hand instead of my right hand now, so it's a lot weirder. Of course, the fuck, you gotta do what I'm doing.
Swapping mags!
You're watching, right? Yeah.
15 seconds left. 10 seconds left. A bomb has been located by Op 4. Op 4, last stop standing. One friendly remaining. Time limit expired. Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected. Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised.
Reload!
Entry point secured.
10 seconds remaining.
Send razor shell.
5 seconds.
Razor wire in position.
Wall
Op
reinforced.
4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
My evil to kill some Strondos. My beautiful evil eye is ready.
I'm reloading.
Reloading! Cover me!
Changing mags.
Deploying jammer.
Strikes through. Deployed barrier. Keeper deployed. We have some time.
This is so weird with the change. How is he not dead,
One
bro?
friendly operator
I swear
remaining.
I just shot him in the fucking head. Okay, dude, cool. Yeah, this new control scheme is
Down to
really
15
fucking
seconds.
hard. Doing it with my left hand is so fucking hard.
10 seconds to go.
Excuse me?
5 seconds left.
Excuse
Op
me,
4
my
has
brother?
deployed a diffuser. You need to destroy it.
Controls. He's dead. He's not gonna fucking win. He's dog shit. Controls.
One Op 4 remaining. You have been spotted by hostiles. Fall back. Diffuser located. Disable it.
No, you're dead.
Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated.
You know, this guy's going. Our guy is going. So, there's that. Cool. Mickey Mouse.
Protect the bombs.
Setting a surprise. Reloading.
Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly. Seconds.
Reloading.
5 seconds and counting. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Razor wire up. Loading new mag.
Bro. Yeah, you're not killing shit. Get the fuck out of the way.
I won't make this easy for reload. I'm reloading.
Op 4, last operator standing.
Playing like shit. Holy fuck.
Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Good shit. I played like absolute dog shit. This new control scheme, it's really fucking me up. I'm super slow. Wasn't fast to begin with, so it's even worse. Fuck.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
What?
Setting razor shell.
Laser gate in position.
Wall fortified. Electroclaw is on.
Razor bloom, go now.
Razor wire up. Deploying razor wire.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to insertion.
Activa is active.
Keep an eye out for Op 4 attempting to defuse the bomb.
Reload!
Fire! Cease fire!
Not so.
I'm reloading!
Okay.
Loading new magazine.
I think they might have won.
Swapping mags!
Oh, I almost had him. Fuck. Trying to get used to the control scheme. Ended up
Op
just
4,
dying.
last operator standing.
Fuck. Ooh, that was a good shot. Nice.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Alright, let's make that trick. That's all I really want to do. Okay, he has the breaching charge. Let's see if he actually uses it. Oh, nice, we got thermite. Never mind, we don't need him. Cool. Gee, I wonder what site they picked.
Your drone has found a bomb. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds before insertion.
Insertion.
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Swapping mags!
Swapping mags!
Reloading! Cover me!
Watch out. Enemy device nearby. Enemy devices in dark.
Clear shield up!
Drone spinning up.
Loading your magazine.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession. Down to one friendly. The diffuser has been secured. You must recover the diffuser. We have been eliminated.
Everybody just scatters, bro. They all just fucking go all the way across the map. Team's nowhere fucking near you. Everybody's trying to flank or whatever. It's just like Call of Duty at this point. Are we gonna work together, dude? Is anybody gonna fucking go breach so that we can breach? You dumb fucks. I would have put the shield operator. Okay, dude. Surely. Years later. full
Secure
2
the bombs.
minutes. Holy shit.
Reinforce the wall!
Hostiles surrounded.
Seconds. 5 seconds left. Bomb locations are secure.
Damn it, I keep pushing the button to fucking... Pushing the wrong button, dude.
Wall reinforced!
Op 4 has located a bomb. You know what to do.
Shooting. Oh.
Wall fortification complete! Termoji!
Op 4, last operator standing. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Oh, nice. Get fucked. Cool, man. Looks like shit. His face is like a PS2 game, you know? Jesus. Doctor and Vibe Stealer. Alright, fuck you guys. Anyway. Yeah, I want to hear what this guy has to say, actually.
Years ago. Back in the early 2000s, the US passed a law that no one cared about at the time. It was called the Commodity Futures Modernization Act of 2000. Most people did not read it. Most people did not understand it. Most people did not care at all. But the thing is that that one bill opened the floodgates for an asset class called derivatives. And from that point forward, that market went from being around $100 trillion to being over $600 trillion in the coming decade. And this helped to make the US the center of global finance. This created entire industries, and it also created the financial weapons that led to the 2008 crisis. Now, why am I telling you this? Because the Clarity Act could play the exact same role in crypto right now. This is basically crypto's version of that 2000 derivatives bill. It takes this chaotic, gray market financial system and gives it clear definitions and rules. And whenever you give rules to a chaotic financial market, capital will flood in. Some of the first things to think about that are in this bill from where it is today, right? This is only the preliminary version. It still has to go through Senate. But one of the first things is that it splits the roles of the SEC and the CFTC so that crypto companies finally know who actually regulates them. Now, it also creates a safe harbor for decentralized finance, meaning that protocols can finally go out there and build without being worried about getting sued on day one or a few weeks after they've just finally put all of the investment that they did into their product. This also will create objective tests for blockchain maturity and not vibes-based what's decentralized and what's not. And most importantly, it will tell institutions, banks, and big money exactly how they can participate in this industry legally. Now, just like in the early 2000s, this will open the door for explosive innovation, but it can also lead to explosive mistakes. And we've seen some of the deregulation and what that looks like earlier this year when we had a new president come into office and launch a meme coin. And then the SEC come out and say, oh, by the way, meme coins are fine, right? Now let's talk about some of the specifics of what's in this bill as it stands. And even more importantly, what this is actually going to mean for you. The first thing is that it starts to define digital assets, and it breaks them down into 3 different categories. The first category being digital commodities. These are basically tokens that actually do something on a blockchain. And these will fall under the regulation of the CFTC. Now, in the bill, it actually outlines definitions for a digital commodity, and specifically, it says that a digital commodity must be intrinsically linked to a blockchain system with its value derived from, or reasonably expected to be derived from, the use of the blockchain system. And it gives examples of for payments, governance, or network incentives. Now, this to me is fundamentally massive because what this is essentially outlining here is, in my eyes, all I'm hearing is the concept of a utility token. Okay, they've basically outlined and defined what a utility token is. And now that has a legal definition. That alone, I think, changes everything. And stick with me because I'm going to also talk about how that relates to the rest of some of this wording in this bill. So another thing, the second category that it breaks down for digital assets is an investment contract asset. So these are tokens that are tied to a company or an investment scheme of some sort. They are securities in the primary market, but not in the secondary market. So basically, this is going to also open up the opportunity for altcoins to have an actual path to exist as non-securities down the line. We'll come back to that. The third category that this bill defines are called payment stablecoins, and these are basically regulated under the Genius Act. So now, stablecoins, investment contract assets, and digital commodities are being fully defined by the law with this market infrastructure bill. The other thing that I think is going to slip under the radar a little bit, but that's really, really important, is this definition of a mature blockchain system. The reason this matters, that they've defined this, is because they say in the bill that once a blockchain system is certified as mature by the SEC, the blockchain's native digital commodity is explicitly exempted from being classified as an investment contract per the Howey test. Now, this will flip the jurisdiction for these types of assets from the SEC to the CFTC for derivatives and spot markets, avoiding SEC securities labeling for these types of tokens. A mature blockchain system is defined in this bill as a blockchain network along with its associated digital commodity, as an example, a native token on the blockchain, that is sufficiently decentralized and functional such that it is not controlled by any single person or group of persons under common control. Now, this status is not going to be automatic. It will require certification by the SEC. Okay? So that will create a system where there could be rebuttal of whether or not a system is actually considered mature in that way. Now, there's a lot of other criteria that they're going to be using that will explicitly define a mature blockchain system. So once again, instead of having to come up with, oh, I don't know, it feels like it's decentralized, I feel like it's not, there will be clear rules around this if the law gets passed. But I won't talk about any more of those specifics because we actually have to get that part of the law signed in by Senate as well. Now, the other obvious thing that's really important about what's in this bill is that this is going to have that split, right, between what the CFTC and the SEC are both responsible for regarding digital assets. So the CFTC will get trading, exchanges, liquidity, and secondary markets. That's what the CFTC will be responsible for. Now, for the Securities and Exchange Commission, they'll be more responsible for the offerings, the fundraisers, and fraud protection. The next big thing here, and this matters, so stick with me, is that they've got some DeFi exemptions in this bill. Now, this is the big thing, and this could be where things go awry. Okay, this is where things could go more like 2008. So the bill basically says that if your protocol is decentralized enough, you're not a security, you're not a commodity, and you're just allowed. And that's the kind of environment that really led to the derivatives boom, and that could lead to a huge boom in the crypto markets as well when it comes to decentralized finance in particular. So this bill essentially allows DeFi protocols who are once again sufficiently decentralized based upon these definitions to not have any jurisdiction through which they're actually being held responsible to, right? So as long as you're not defrauding anyone, right, or having to deal with the FTC, right, then you're good to go. And now that sounds fantastic for builders in the space, but what does that really mean for consumers, especially once you get banks involved who also are not going to be responsible per se if things go wrong, right? Now, it could be a little bit more complex than that, but these are just things to be thinking about, is that banks, if they're not going to be liable when things go wrong in these systems, then they might offer whatever is in demand, right? Just like earlier this year when we had some of these meme coins being launched and listed on major exchanges. And if things go wrong, is the exchange responsible for that? No, they are not. But did they make money off those trading fees? Yes, they did. If this bill actually passes in the next 14 days, like Senator Lummis has said, then we're probably going to see a few big shifts really quickly. One of them is that institutions will no longer be scared. We're already seeing banks come out left and right and say, hey, we're actually ready to start offering the buying and selling of these digital assets to our customers. You'll also see real world assets, treasuries, and even security tokens start to trade on-chain legally. The floodgates for tokenization of real world assets will be open, and we will see this stuff happen very fast, right? Because we've already talked about some of the issues that security tokens will solve and the liquidity that can help to bring into the overall financial system when you have less friction and more people that can participate in it. The other big thing that I think could come from this is that DeFi will integrate with banks. Now, this sounds kind of crazy, but just imagine that with banks being able to not only buy and sell crypto, but having an infrastructure bill in place that will allow them to potentially offer yield on different types of products, right? Imagine you park your stablecoin at the bank, they're offering a better yield than the exchange might, or that any DeFi protocol might, or that they're getting from these DeFi protocols, right? So just imagine you've got your bank participating in DeFi. They're going to give you yield on your stablecoins if you park them there, maybe your Bitcoin and Ethereum or your other volatile assets, maybe XRP. And maybe even imagine that they'll even start to offer higher yields on something like a tokenized deposit. Because the thing about all of this crypto infrastructure is that this is going to create a much more competitive landscape for banks, the way that I see it, right? Because if you can offer crypto, then the real question is going to be, what yield are you going to offer me on my crypto? Right? Because I could just go use it on DeFi, but if banks are using DeFi in the background, then they might be able to get these yields that other people who don't know anything about crypto won't be able to offer. And if they can offer the yield that they're getting from DeFi protocols on regular tokenized deposits, or just imagine your traditional deposit, you won't know the difference, then that also completely changes the game. Now, doesn't it? Because now you're getting 200 basis points higher than the federal funds rate because of the yield that's being generated from the crypto space. Okay, and what does that mean for the demand of crypto assets if that's the kind of scenario that we see? Now, the question here is, okay, cool, Keith. So basically, there's a few different things here that are going on. You've got the definition of a utility token in law. Okay, that's probably the biggest thing that you should take away from this video. I'm just gonna say it now. If we have a clear road to what utility means in the traditional financial system, then I think the best thing to be doing with your time is understanding, participating in the growth and building on and with anything that is an actual utility token that has real world use case. Because now banks, financial institutions, everybody, governments are gonna have a rule book through which they can interact with these types of tokens. A lot of us have been waiting for a moment like that, where it's more clear that the speculative nature of all of these cryptos goes away and we actually move into an era of utility. And I think that the Clarity Act can move us toward that kind of a world where digital assets flow freely throughout the financial system. And there's no more barriers as to why, if a bank wants to use a crypto token as a settlement rail, that can't happen. Right? We're going to be moving into that world very rapidly once this bill gets passed. So the Clarity Act does not just change how crypto is regulated. This fundamentally changes the entire relationship that crypto has with traditional finance and with the entire world. Now, just like in the year 2000, we might be opening the doors for a completely new aspect of our financial system that could create massive prosperity. Now, this could also lead to some massive mistakes, and some of the biggest ones that we've ever seen before. Because when it comes to crypto, when things go wrong, there's not really a way to just roll the tape back, right, and start over. Now, the craziest thing about all this is that really a lot of people aren't paying attention. And a lot of the people who came into crypto over the last 2 years, they're already gone. Bye-bye. See you later. We have banks stepping in saying they're going to start offering crypto. We have BlackRock saying they're going to tokenize everything. We have the government in the United States sprinting to get laws and regulations in place. We have the CFTC launching a pilot project where you can use Bitcoin and Ethereum as collateral for derivatives transactions, opening up the entire derivatives markets to cryptocurrencies. That changes everything. And regardless of what's happening in the markets, that is what's happening in the legal environment. And we talked about the environment the other day. Now, it's fair to say for one thing that this is not all set in stone. And it will take time, even if this law gets passed as it's written, for these things to come into effect. There are some of the rules in here that might take another 270 days before they're actually in effect. Okay? But with the regulators already actively pursuing and issuing guidance around a lot of this stuff, I really don't doubt that we will rapidly see things change, as we already have as soon as the United States president signed an executive order to rush all of this stuff in place in the first place. If you're new here, this is Keith D. I talk about everything money and markets. Be sure to like and subscribe. And if you haven't already, be sure to click the link in the description to subscribe to my live show with Ben Levitt called Memes and Markets. We go live every Tuesday and Thursday at 12 p.m. Eastern. And we are talking about everything that we just discussed in long form formats, and we talk about much more as well. With that said, Keith D, and I'll see you next time. Peace.
find something else to watch. Robert Monroe.
And we're all, as I like to.
Interesting.
And we're all, as I like to put it, going home with all this bag full of goodies, as it were, to take home and show the local boys how much you've learned and what you can do. The only problem is that when we do this, we forget something that happens as, again, on the way to the store that we don't expect. What's that? Well, if you know about it, then you can have fun. It's where you don't know about it is where it gets dangerous. And that is that we become addicted to being human. And so after we exit this, this particular life sojourn, we're saying instead of going home and what I call having escape velocity to go home, something's happened in living that life. We've picked up a load factor. There was friction along the way, and that represents it. So instead of moving out and having escape velocity, we start turning around that, and it's our decision, no one else's. That's the important thing, our decision. We say, well, I think I'll go back just once more. And this next time, I think I'll be a male instead of a female. That ought to be more fun. Just once more, and then I'll go home. So what happens is, instead of moving this way, we loop around and go back being a human again, and go back and have another human experience, another lifetime. And we come out again, and we're already this time. But this time we've had even a greater load factor, don't you see? We've slowed up a little more. We haven't got the speed that we did. We have a greater load, and so we're now in orbit, and we have a decaying orbit, because when we come up around the orbit like this, instead of going on, we say, oh, I got to go back, because I've never seen Paris, and I'd like to go to Paris for once in my life, and I'd like to just go there. So whole purpose to go back and live again so that I can go to Paris. And I've heard so much about Paris, I want to go to Paris. So I'll go and live again so I can go to Paris. And as you can see, each time you pick up in each succeeding lifetime a greater load factor, so that as you go through this, your orbit decays more and more
Still fucking doing
as you go through this, living these successive lives until you get locked in tighter and tighter and tighter, till you are locked in being human so tight that you forget where you came from. You've lost all of the desire to even depart and go home. You've lost it all, because this is so overwhelmingly addictive that you can't think of anything else but this time, space, physical matter, all the things that take place in there. And no matter how hard you try, you can't get away from it. And the reason being, there's no law, but when you, quote, die, and instead of going home, you make the decision. There's no law that says you have to stay here. You are the one who says, I gotta go back. I didn't eat enough steaks. I didn't have enough strawberries. I didn't have enough children. All these kinds of things. Or I didn't have enough sex. Which is, anyway, that's how we lock in as being human. In so doing this, now the next trick is, well, what happens? Well, why don't we recognize this more and more? Because we are so deeply addicted. So we develop an excuse, which you call belief systems, to rationalize this process. But it's all done in this local traffic human terms. This is the difference. As a result, somewhere along the way, you begin to find cracks in the belief system. You begin to find reasons that don't work quite well. That's the analytical thing coming into it. It says, hey, wait a minute, something wrong here. This doesn't work out. 2 and 2 makes 6. No, wrong. Try again. You begin to find out that there are some holes in the cracks, and that's when you begin to regrow and begin to, so that successively you begin to start on your way out again, and you begin to have a higher and higher orbit as you learn more, and in these successive lives, till finally you got escape velocity, and then you do go home. And that's what it's all about. It's our decision, no one else's. That's the important thing. our decision. I went and got home, and here were these that I remembered so beautifully. These, they were huge, roiling clouds, and clouds had many, many different hues, bright colors within them, shifting like rainbow colors all through them, and you could lie in the clouds, and just observe this spectacle of change. And it was not all round rolling. There were cubes and everything else, all sorts of types of different types of symbol forms flowing round and through this. And you lie there, and it's so beautiful. And then as you were there, and I'm using time-space terms to express it because it's the only way you can do it. And as you would lie there, you would hear this tremendous music. And I interpreted it as music, but it was something else. But it was, of course, a form of vibration. But it expressed itself to me in music, beautiful, beautiful music, like a massive symphony orchestra, beautifully conducted. And over here was a magnificent choir of 1,000 human voices, and you're listening to all of this. And in this return quick visit, I lay back in the clouds and looked at these beautiful patterns and heard this exquisite music. And I perhaps might have stayed there forever, except what I had grown, and that was my left brain. Because I was lying there and I looked at something, and my attention got caught. And what was it? And I looked again, perceived again, and it was right. Here was a pattern of clouds that went like this, for example, and then went on. And if you waited long enough, that same pattern of clouds came along, and it went like this and went on. It was a loop. It was a continuous loop. It was nothing new in the loop. If you get the same thing came back again and again and again. And I then listened to the music, and sure enough, here's a beautiful melody line going doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. And if you waited long enough, the same instrument and the same melody line will be repeated. And with that, I sat up and had a great sigh of, and because I realized that then I knew why I had left home. Because I was bored. There was nothing new to learn there. I was curious. And I was bored with watching the clouds do the same thing forever and listening to the music do the same thing forever, and I didn't want to stay there any longer. And that's why I left home.
Okay, so today we will look at Jewish history. So let's review what we learned about Jewish history so far. Now remember that for most of human history, the Middle East has been the wealthiest part of the world. And as we discussed before, the Levant, especially Jerusalem, is the center of the world because it connects all the major civilizations, okay? You have Egypt, Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and over here you have the Persians. And over here is the Mediterranean, okay? As you can see, basically all roads lead to Jerusalem. So whoever controls Jerusalem controls the major trade access point, which is the most profitable part of an empire. And so for these empires, it's always been a problem of how to keep Jerusalem under control, because Jerusalem, whoever controls Jerusalem, can always choose to switch sides, right? So if Mesopotamia controls Jerusalem, what the Egyptians will do is bribe Jerusalem to switch sides. And this keeps on going over and over. And they tried many different techniques on how to control Jerusalem. The Babylonians tried to take captives, hostage, and that didn't really work as well. So the Babylonians decided to destroy Jerusalem, okay? And with it, the Israeli identity became splintered and scattered. And this is the Babylonian Empire. But eventually what will happen is that the Babylonians will be conquered by the Persians. And the Persians will adopt a new technique to control Jerusalem, which is divide and rule. They will create the Jewish identity implanted in Jerusalem, and that will create conflict with the locals. And the Jews will not be forever loyal to Persia because they are a foreign entity within the Levant. And only by swearing loyalty to Persia can they maintain control over the Levant. And in return, the Persians will give the Jews financing to build their second temple. So at this point in history, a Jewish identity emerges, and there are three pillars to the identity that continues even today, okay? So the first pillar is they become a monotheistic religion which believes that Yahweh is the only God, and they're the chosen people of Yahweh because Yahweh had a covenant with Abraham. Yahweh promised Abraham that your people will control the promised land, okay? And the promised land extends from the Nile in Egypt to the Euphrates in Mesopotamia. Okay, that is the promised land. That's the first pillar. The second pillar is the Jews must follow the law of Moses, because the law of Moses is the law of God, the Ten Commandments, right? And the law of Moses over time will be divided into the Torah, which is the written law, and the Talmud, which is the oral law. Okay? The Torah is basically the 5 books of the Bible, the first 5 books of the Bible. And the third pillar is to use the Bible as the collective memory of the people. Okay, so they Jews believe the Bible, what happened in the Bible, is literal. It is actually what happened. And by believing that the Bible is literal and true, then you become a Jew. Okay, and that's why the Jewish identity is very flexible. Okay, so at this point in history, when the Jews were loyalty to Persia, there are some characteristics that will change over time. The first major characteristic is that the center of worship is in Jerusalem, the second temple. Okay, so if you're a Jewish person, you must make animal sacrifices to Yahweh, and therefore the Sadducees, these are hereditary priests, they are the ones who control the religion. Then there's very strict laws that govern how people behave. So for example, you must rest on Sabbath. You also cannot marry outside your religion. You must be circumcised, okay? So there are all these restrictions on how people behave. Over time, what will happen is that the Jews will expand across the world. A lot of Jews will work as mercenaries in Alexander the Great's army as he conquers Persia. And as the Hellenistic world comes into being, Jews will move around for economic opportunities, right? They'll work as officials, they'll work as artisans, they'll work as tradespeople, as merchants. And so they're scattered around the Hellenistic world. And as we discussed, at this point in history, the 3 major cultures that we've looked at, the Jewish culture, the Greek culture, and the Persian culture will merge together in a process we call synchronization. And that gives birth basically to Western civilization. Unfortunately, what happens is that over time, because the Jerusalem is so important, and because the Jews believe they are a special people who only worship the one true God, that will cause conflict with the Greeks. Okay? The Greeks also are very chauvinistic, very proud people who believe their culture is superior. And quite honestly, a lot of Jews will convert to the Hellenistic lifestyle. Okay? But this causes conflict. And ultimately, this will culminate in something called the Maccabean Revolt, where a certain group of Jews decide to rebel against the Greeks. And even though they're a minority, even though most Jews actually do not support them, because of their religious conviction, because of the will of God, they will triumph and they will establish the Maccabean kingdom. And this victory is celebrated today in something called the Hanukkah festival, okay? Hanukkah. And that's a celebration of the Maccabees' revolt against the Greeks. And the reason why is the Greeks wanted the Jews to celebrate their religion as well. They wanted to turn the Second Temple into a site to worship Greek gods. And so the fanatical Jews rebelled against that. Okay? All right. But this kingdom of the Maccabees will not last very long. Again, the problem is that Jerusalem, it is the nexus of empires. And so what will happen is the Romans will come and take control over this area. And the Romans are actually worse than the Greeks. The Romans are even more chauvinistic, more discriminatory towards the Jews. And this will launch 3 major wars between the Romans and the Jews. The entire Jewish diaspora will revolt against the Romans, and this will lead to many, many Jews being massacred because the Romans are vicious people. In the year 70, they burned down the Second Temple to destroy the morale of the Jews. And because they destroyed the Second Temple, this causes a shift in the Jewish religion. Because remember, at this point in history, the Second Temple is a site of Jewish worship. This is the house of God. This is where Yahweh lives, okay? So when the Second Temple is destroyed, what happened is that the Jews, many Jews will choose to convert to Christianity, okay? Because remember, we discussed how Paul created Christianity as a mechanism for Jews to still be Jews, but at the same time be Roman as well, okay? That's the idea of the Christian religion. But those who stay become much more fanatical. In fact, they develop a very messianic eschatological attitude, meaning the end of the world is coming, God is coming to destroy the Romans, and we must show our loyalty to God. And so they keep on the fight, even though they've lost the war against the Romans. They will go into the Arabian desert where they will incubate a new religion called Islam, and they will prophesy the coming of the Messiah, who will turn out to be Muhammad, right? So at this point in history, the Jews must leave Jerusalem because the Romans basically kicked them out, and their religion was splintered into many different factions. But the major characteristic is that they've gone from temple worship to the worship of their law, okay, the law of Moses. And so the rabbis come into power. Before, it was the Sadducees, the priests who control the temple, who are in charge. Now it's the rabbis. The rabbis are basically the Pharisees, those who teach the oral law of Moses. Okay, so they become the new elite in the Jewish diaspora. And so as we discussed, a lot of Jews at this time convert to Christians. All the early Christians were Jews, okay? And as we discussed, what will happen is those Jews who are most fanatical, they will escape into the Arabian desert and they will incubate Islam. And eventually, Islam will conquer the world. And at this point, they feel as though they've achieved the Messianic age. And they have returned to Jerusalem. Now, the Jews believe that in the Messianic age, the Messiah will come, lead them to victory, bring all the Jews back to Jerusalem, and build the third temple and usher in the Messianic age. Okay, and that's what they believe happened. And so this is the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem, and this is meant to be the third temple. Over time, what will happen is they will change it to become a center of Islamic worship. But in the beginning, it was really the third temple. And so at this point, a lot of Jews convert to Islam as well, because they think that Muhammad is their Messiah. Okay, so a lot of Jews are converted to Christianity and Islam, but there are a lot of Jews who do not, and they settle throughout the world. Okay, let's look at Europe at this point. So what's happening in Europe is that Europe is becoming more and more Christian, but the Jews are allowed to stay. And what will happen over time is that they will be persecuted, massacred, and expelled from many different places in Europe. I'm not sure if you can see this map clearly, but the circles, okay, are places where there was at least one Jewish expulsion. So this is a terrible time for the Jews because they settle in on a place, they're trying to practice religion, and then after they've settled in, they're expelled by the people. So what has happened? Okay, well, what's happening is that the Jews come to an arrangement with the European nobility, okay? And there's a deal, there's a contract. That's not written down, but it's understood. Basically, what the Jews agree to is they become slaves to nobility, okay? Because in the Christian religion, you're not allowed to charge interest. You're not allowed to make bank loans to peasants and charge interest. But that's the most profitable business you can get into, right? So you, as nobles, can't do it. What do? Well, you get the Jews to do it for you. But not only that, but you get the Jews to also manage your property. Jews are actually very good at industry and trade. There's a Jewish diaspora, right? So the Jews make very good merchants because they're able to access different networks around the world. That's very important if you're the elite. Also, the Jews can make loans to you for wars and stuff. Okay, and Jews are very good at finance. They're very good at medicine. Okay, so the Jews become very independent. They become a very important part of the European economy. Okay, and the last reason, which is the most problematic, is that the Jews are kept around as a scapegoat. Okay, so in our society, we have poor people. Why? To put fear into people, right? If you don't work hard in school, if you don't make a lot of money, you end up like poor and homeless, right? Well, in Catholic Europe, remember the Catholic Church is in charge at this point. The Catholic Church wanted to keep Jews around to scare the Christians and say, hey, if you don't believe in Jesus, you end up like the Jews, okay? And so what happens is that this arrangement is fine when the economy is good, but what happens when the economy is bad? What happens when people are angry? The Jews get blamed, right? Because the Jews are the ones who are loan sharks. The Jews are the ones who killed Jesus. The Jews are the ones who are causing all the spiritual pollution, right? And so this is the implicit contract made between the Jews and the European nobility. You're allowed to stay and make a lot of money, but when we need a scapegoat, you get blamed and you have to leave, okay? Or possibly get massacred as well. So it's a terrible, terrible deal for the Jews, but they keep it because they want to practice their religion, okay? All right, so there's one place in Europe that is very friendly towards the Jews, and this is actually the wealthiest part of Europe. It's Spain, okay? At this point, it's controlled by the Muslims. And remember, the difference between the Muslims and the Catholics is the Catholics persecute the Jews because they think that the Jews killed Jesus. But the Muslims don't believe that. The Muslims believe that the Jews, the Christians, the Muslims are all one big family, okay? They are all descendants of Abraham. So the Jews and the Christians are treated very well in Spain, and Jews rise up very high within the Al-Andalus system, okay? Because they're very literate, they know the Bible very well. The Bible is a holy book. They have connections to the Jewish diaspora around the world. and they are extremely good at finance, okay? So the Jews prosper in this region. The problem is that over time, this region will be reconquered by the Christians. And now the Christians will continue to persecute the Jews and force Jews to convert, okay? So this is when the Jews, Christians, and Islams get along very well in Spain, okay? But in 1492, the Spanish will expel the Jews from Spain. You either convert or you leave, okay? And a lot convert and a lot go off to the Ottoman Empire, okay? And this was a traumatic event in Jewish history because they were extremely well established in Spain. They felt they were Spanish, and now suddenly they lost everything, okay? Now a lot did convert, and this caused a schism, a divide, schism within the Jewish religion. Those who converted and those who refused to convert now became bitter enemies, okay? Okay, so what will happen now is a lot of Jews choose to settle in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is a new nation, and because it's a new nation, they need a lot of people. So what they will do is they will have extremely tolerant policies towards the Jews. You're allowed to practice your own religion. So a lot of Jews from around the world settle in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and again, they thrive. They do extremely well. But the problem is that this area can be easily invaded, and because it becomes more wealthy, more people start to invade it from Sweden, from Russia, and so war breaks out. And a lot of Jews get killed. So it just gets worse and worse for the Jews. When they think they finally found a home, they have to suffer this persecution. So all this history creates a major crisis of faith among Jewish people, okay? And the three big questions is, the first law in the Jewish religion is do not worship false idols. That's the first law of the Ten Commandments. So why is it that Jews can convert to Christianity and Islam and not suffer any consequences? Okay, and why are so many Jews converting? If Yahweh is the true God and Yahweh demands complete obedience to Him, why is it okay to convert? Okay, that's a problem. Second problem is, what did Jews do wrong exactly to be persecuted and massacred like this? Yeah, okay, some Jews convert to Christianity and Islam, but go punish them, man. Why are the Jews who are loyal to Yahweh punished? That makes no sense, okay? And the third big question is, if Yahweh promised the Jews a homeland called the Promised Land, why don't they have it? Why are they kicked out? For hundreds of years, despite all the persecution, despite all the trauma, they've stayed loyal to Yahweh. So why is this happening? This creates a crisis of faith, okay? And so whenever there's a crisis of faith, Jews believe it is the end times. The world is coming to the end, and the Messiah is coming. Okay, so at this point in history, about the year 1600, there's this heavy anticipation of the coming of the Messiah. And so what will happen is that one man named Zebedee Zevi, who was born in the Ottoman Empire, he will declare himself the Messiah, okay? And Zebedee Zevi is the equivalent of Jesus in the Jewish religion. Now, we don't actually know much about him. And the reason why is that what we know about him, a lot of information was written by his enemies, the rabbis. His followers are pretty secretive, okay? But one thing happened is this. Whenever you have a Messiah come, what the Messiah does is he's essentially a revolutionary. He's trying to overthrow the social order, okay? And his major concern is, why are Jews being persecuted like this? And his answer is, because we're not practicing the true faith. What we have are all these laws created by the rabbis. But who are the rabbis? The rabbis are just a corrupt elite, like every priest class before. They're like the Catholic Church, right? The Catholic Church is a hierarchy, and so over time they become extremely corrupt. The rabbis don't really suffer that much persecution, right? So when Jews are massacred and persecuted, guess what, guys? It's usually not the Jewish elite that's massacred and persecuted, right? And also, the rabbis are the ones who are helping the European elite persecute the Jews, right? Because it is the rabbis that control the Jews, and to maintain control of the Jews, they come into these unfair agreements with the European nobility. So for Zabrai Zevi, the real problem is a hierarchy within the religion. The real problem are these laws that don't make any sense. Don't eat pork. So the Sabbath, right? Rest on Saturday. You're not convert to other religions. Doesn't make any sense. What should matter is your faith in God. If we are a people, if we are a family born of Abraham, and we share one blood, then who cares what you dress like, what you look like? We're all one blood. The faith in your heart is what matters. And also, there should be no hierarchy. People should be free to choose their religion. People should be free to choose their own lifestyle. People should be free to choose their own laws. If God loves us, if there's a divine spark in us, then we should know what is right and what is wrong. Okay? So, there are three things that he does that's really important. The first and most important thing is he proposes an egalitarian society where men and women are all equal, where there's no more hierarchy, where the rabbis are not above you because the law doesn't exist anymore. Okay? What matters is your relationship to God. So in many ways, he's a proto-liberal and a proto-communist. Okay? He believes that the system designed as it is, where you must obey the rabbi, and we must await for the coming of the Messiah, who will take us back to Jerusalem. It's meant to defend the status quo. It's meant to make the Jews slaves to the nobility. Okay? So he's very much a proto-liberal and proto-communist. And we'll discuss his influence on modernity next class. Okay? So that's the first thing I want you guys to remember. Second thing I want you guys to remember is that he ultimately converts to Islam. Okay? So when he announced himself as Messiah, 1 million Jews follow him because he's preaching a message of liberation, of equality, of freedom. And so 1 million Jews follow him. But then he does something that's really weird, which confuses people, which is he's supposed to, as a Messiah, take them to war against the Ottoman Empire and restore Jerusalem to the Jewish nation. But when he's converted by the Sultan basically says to him, the turban or your head. The turban means you convert to Islam, or I will cut your head off. Zabrai Zevi converts to Islam. And everyone's like, why did he do that? And the reason why he did that is you need to understand, he's a Messiah who's come to redeem the Jews, right? You've got millions of Jews who, in the centuries, have converted to Christianity, to Islam. According to the rabbis, these people will burn in hell. But if they're all part of one family, if they all have the divine spark, then they must be redeemed as well before we can have heaven on earth. So Zabrai Zevi, what he does is, by converting, he sacrifices himself, just like Jesus sacrificed himself on the cross to redeem us from the original sin. He is now redeeming the Jews, all Jews, from the original sin of conversion. Okay? And so, by doing this, he's saying, it's okay to convert, guys. In fact, I've absolved you of the original sin with God, so now you can now be close with God. And therefore, you don't have to follow the laws anymore. Okay? The Messianic age has come, because you are the Messianic age now. So the last thing he suggests is the idea of justification by sin. Okay? And again, there's been a lot of misinterpretation that this just means that, oh, it's okay to break the laws now. Okay, in fact, Zabrai Zevi, he converts to Islam, he eats pork, and he has a lot of wild sex, okay? And so he breaks a lot of these laws. But what Zabrai Zevi is really saying is that in the Messianic age, the laws don't apply because we all have the wisdom in ourselves to follow our own laws. And by breaking the laws, what you're showing is your true faith in the Messiah, your true faith in God, your true faith in yourself. Okay? Because you're no longer constrained by rabbinic authority. Are we clear? Okay? So, this is the idea of Zabrai Zevi. What happens when he converts is most choose not to follow him. Most choose to go back to the rabbis, who are his enemies. But there are 300 families who choose to convert with him. And these families are called the Domai. And guess what happens? The Domai will eventually come to control Turkey, okay? This is Mustafa Ataturk, who is the founder of the Republic of Turkey. And he's a Domai, guys, okay? So you can argue that today the Domai control Turkey. All right, so the Jews believe in reincarnation. And 50 years after Zabbatai Zevi's death, okay, a new person named Jacob Frank will emerge and consider himself the reincarnation of Zabbatai Zevi. Okay, so he's born into a Sabbatean family. He's born into a family that follows the teachings of Zabbatai Zevi, even though Zabbatai Zevi is considered heresy, even though he's considered an enemy of the rabbis. He's born into this family, and he will start to extend and systemize the teachings of Zabbatai Zevi. And he'll become very successful, okay? He will have a lot of followers, but much more importantly, he will become friends with European nobility, the royal families of Austria and Russia. His followers will become prominent members of the European nobility. They'll become very important intellectuals, and they will become very important bankers. And what I will show you is they've really gone on to conquer the world. And so the question for us is, how did he do that? How did he inspire his followers to go conquer the world? And he did so by presenting a new philosophy, a new religion, okay, that goes against the Jewish religion. It's not Judaism. Okay? He doesn't consider himself a Jew. In fact, he hates Jews. So his new religion, called Sabbatean Frankism, goes against the Jewish faith. Okay? And it is a faith based on success. And his argument is this: Jesus came to our world to teach us that the world is a corpse, right? The material world doesn't matter. What matters is the divine spark in you. Because the divine spark will set you free. The divine spark will allow you to return to the monad. That's what matters, okay? We're here just to learn spirituality. We're here to learn wisdom through pain and suffering. Then Jacob Frank, okay, then thinks about this and says, well, you know what? If God is forgiving, if God wants us to come here to learn wisdom, why do we have to suffer? Why can't we become kings ourselves? Why can't we break the rules of this world, cheat, hack the system, and become kings ourselves? Because isn't that a much more better way to enjoy our time here? Okay? And so what he will do is he will teach his philosophy, this religion, to his followers, and he will also train and teach his followers on how to master this world, how to conquer this world. Okay? So we will look at his teachings. All right, so we know what he says because a lot of things he said were written down by his followers in Polish. And we are now going to read a translation by Harris Linowitz from the University of Utah, okay? These are his words. But what's important to keep in mind is that these are words just for the public, okay? So we don't actually have access to his secret, mystical, magical teachings, the Kabbalah, okay? And think of what his teachings almost like the Prince. It's a guide on how to conquer the world. And in fact, the Frankists will go on to conquer the world, okay? So we're going to study his mentality, okay, his teachings. And I'm telling you right now that he's a brilliant teacher. And the reason why is that he's going to teach religion, teach ideas through telling stories. He's a storyteller. And the power of stories is that they're like seeds that embed in your mind and they grow over time. They become like oak trees, these massive trees that shape the way you see reality and the way you see yourself. Okay? So stories are the most powerful mechanisms of education in the world. Okay? So Alan, can you read the story, please?
Yeah.
One Saturday I went outside the city and there brought myself some oranges and having a penknife on me. Peeled them, a learned Jewish scholar came, along with his purpose. Why are you doing this? By God, don't you know that today is a Sabbath, and you have a knife on you? You are right, I answered. You speak the truth. But why are you, such a learned man, carrying a knife with you? How can that be? Shit, shouted the Jew. It is my habit to bathe on Friday and put on different clothing for the Sabbath. Well, since I said so, reach into your pocket and you will find a knife there for sure. The Jew was stricken by fear when he, having put his hand into the pocket, brought out his own penknife. He cried out in amazement, "You cannot be a man, for if you are a man, then I am an ass." And he began to beg me to come to him, promising all kinds of good things, but I did not want to do it. And in this way, I did similar things wherever I could.
Okay, so certain things that you will notice about the story is, first of all, he has contempt for Jews, okay? A learned Jewish scholar. And what he shows is that it's very easy to trick these people. Why? Because they're learning. Their laws have made them stupid, okay? They're very strict about following the laws, and so they become very ignorant. And what he also shows you is how to control people. You control people by using their own laws against them, okay? So this man has a very rigid sense of the world. He just said to Jacob Frank, hey, you can't use a knife. And then Jacob Frank is like, well then why is there a knife in your pocket? And so it's just a simple magic trick, right? While he isn't looking, Jacob Frank just puts a knife into his pocket. Okay, it's just sleight of hand, very simple trick. But these sleight of hands, because people are stupid and ignorant, you can use them, you can use these tricks to control and manipulate them, okay? So just because he's able to do this, the learned Jewish scholar is now saying, oh, you must be the Messiah. You must be divine. Let me follow you. And Jacob is like, no, you're too stupid to follow me. Goodbye, okay? All right? So it's a simple story. It's very amusing. It's memorable. So if I would tell you this story, I mean, when you're 6 years old, even when you turn 80 years old, you will still remember it. And the story will grow over time. It will shape the way that you see the world. And what you understand is that people are fundamentally stupid and superstitious, and you must take advantage of that. Okay? Take advantage of that, because why not? All right. Okay, Amber, can you read, please?
Traveling with Zakubowski from Salonika to Poland, there prevailed at that time a pestilence in Podolia. We came to one township where the plague was filling the people, and we lacked food, wine, bread, cheese, etc. Then remembering that from those contaminated with plague, one does not take money, I told him the opposite. You go there, purchase everything, but don't give them money. He did just that. He came to the baker, bargained for bread, put it in a sack, but when he had to pay, the baker fell down and died. He went to the shopkeeper where he bargained for cheese. He put the cheese away and the shopkeeper died. He went on to the store to buy vodka. The same happened with the owner. In a word, just wherever he went, he bought everything without money, because the plague was sweeping the sellers away. Coming back then to me, where I was waiting for him, a rider on horseback knocked him down with his horse. "What are you doing?" shouted Jakubowski. "Are you going to ride right over me?" He didn't even finish saying it when the rider toppled over and fell to the ground. This is how it is. I did all this because it was promised to me that no plague, nothing at all, could get at me. Therefore, all my orders were carried out successfully by the hand of the one whom I signed, and so should you be.
Okay, so stories can be interpreted both literally and metaphorically. Literally is when people are afraid, you take advantage of their fear, okay? When people are afraid to buy things, you go buy things. If people see the plague, you see it as an opportunity to make money for yourself, okay? That's a literal, but then the spiritual is, remember Jesus saying that how the world is a corpse, and if you see it as a corpse, you can stand above people. Okay? And what Jacob Frank is saying, if you see the world as a corpse, you can do whatever you want. You can take advantage of people. Okay? As long as you believe that I'm above you, okay? You're a dead body. I can take everything from you. You will always triumph. So this is the idea of justification by sin. How do you know you truly believe in God? By breaking the laws of man, by breaking the conventions of man. Because it's these conventions of man, this morality, these laws that keep you back, okay? What matters is your relationship with God. You have true faith, you can do whatever you want. You can conquer the world, and God will let you because you have faith in God. All right? All right, can you read out?
I asked Rabbi Isahar and Rabbi Mandachis that if the second belonged to the divine, why did he die? Rabbi Isahar replied to me, "It stands in our book that he came to this world to experience everything there is, therefore he had to come to experience the bitterness of death as well." "That's fine," I replied. "The answer is good, but if he came to experience everything, why then did he not taste how it would be to be Pasha, Vizier, or Sultan? Why did he not experience rulership? I don't believe it." They cannot give me any answer to this.
And so this is a great point he makes, okay? You have these divine beings like Jesus. They come to experience the world, to learn wisdom. And so why do they suffer? Because suffering is part of wisdom. And then Jacob Frank's like, yeah, but then isn't being a king also an experience? Why didn't he become king? Okay, so what Jacob Frank is telling you is that these laws, this morality, religion in place, it's all a mechanism to control you, to subjugate you, to enslave you. Okay, so his is a religion of liberation from oppression. Okay, keep on reading, Alan.
Yeah. That place to where I go, all have knocked so that the door be open to them. The patriarchs, the Moses, Aaron, David, Solomon, and all the pillars of the world, none have been able to open it. But I will labor, and with the strength of my God will open it. No one knew, but only Balaam, who knew a little, but he too not well. That which I mentioned to the company must be understood concerning those pillars of the world, as was mentioned above.
Yeah, so he's saying the Jewish religion, you worship Moses and David and Solomon, but you know what? At the same time, they were all slaves because they could not see the truth of this world. They could not see the true structure of this world. They couldn't really conquer it, but I can, and I will show you the way as long as you follow me, okay? The company is his followers. And the people who follow him are called the brothers and the sisters. So it's a very egalitarian, flat hierarchy where there's no, it's not a triangle like most secret societies. It's just they all obey Jacob Frank, and Jacob Frank will lead them to the promised land. Okay? All right, can you read Amber?
Should I whip this? Maybe not. In a dream, I saw Jesus, having priests around him, sitting at a spring of living and clear water. I noticed that this spring went away from them and came to me.
Okay, so this is very simple, right? You think Jesus is the Messiah. Wrong! I'm the true Messiah, okay? Because the water flows to me. Life flows to me. Am I going?
I tell you, as Christ, as you know, said that he came to free the world from the hands of Satan. But I came to free it from all laws and status, which have been till now, for all that was the work of the hands of Satan, and by that all fell into his hands. I must destroy all that, and only make that which is black look utterly white. At that time, the good God will reveal himself.
Okay, so why is it important to sin, to break the laws? Because the truth of the matter is, this world that we live in, it's controlled by the false God, by Satan. And therefore, we have a responsibility to sin, to show the world that his laws can be defied, to defy Satan himself, to show the world that these laws are idiotic. They don't make any sense. They're stupid. Okay? And by doing that, we accelerate the end of this world. That is the Messianic age. When this world ends, we will have a new world when we will see the truth for ourselves, when we will awaken to the falseness of this world. And then we have defeated evil. Then we will have defeated sin, okay? This is the idea of accelerationism, right? By sinning, you accelerate the end of the world. By sinning, you reveal the truth of the world. By sinning, you empower yourself. Okay? Okay? Any questions so far? But you can see how seductive this is, right? Okay. Okay, so this story's a bit long, so I'll simplify it, okay? Again, it is a parable. So there's a merchant, he has the world's most valuable pearl, and he wants to puncture a hole through it because he wants to create a necklace. And he goes to all these specialists, artisans, and they all say, no, this pearl is too valuable. I might break it, or I might damage it. You won't be happy, okay? So they all refuse. The merchant really wants a hole, so he offers more money. And everyone's like, no, I can't do it. Then this apprentice, okay, and Jacob Frank's like, I'm an apprentice, I don't know anything. He's like, sure, I'll do it. And he does it, and the merchant is like, oh, wow, thank you. And the apprentice becomes very wealthy. So in this world, what matters is not obeying conventions. What matters is not listening to other people, conforming to other people. What matters is your fearlessness, okay? Just go do it, man. Seize it, and you'll become wealthy. That's what this world is about, okay? We are constrained by these taboos, by all this morality, by all this nonsense, okay? You must break through it and just seize it for yourself, and you'll become powerful. All right. Okay, this is another story which is too long. But the story goes like this. The king has 4 sons, and he dies. They're all born of the same age, so he doesn't know, they don't know who inherits the throne, okay? So a great mystic comes and says, okay, here's a king, this is his body, shoot an arrow at his heart, and whoever hits the heart will become king. All 3 sons try, and they miss. And the 4th son says, I can't do it, because he is the king, he's my father. He may be dead, but he's still my father. And then the wizard, the mystic, says, he is your king, because he understands what matters is family, okay? So what Jacob Frank is saying is this: everyone else we can treat like animals. They are animals because they're stupid. They're governed by these idiotic laws. But we, the company, the brothers and sisters, the family, we have to love each other. We have to respect each other, even in death, okay? And our love for each other is what will allow us to conquer the world. All right, Alec, can you read, please? Yeah.
There was once a bear. During its absence, its children were taken from the lair. Out of the great pain of not finding the children, when he came back, the bear fell upon the village and wounded animals and people. The elders of the village sent to it the following order: if you will not leave us, then we'll bring 2 districts together and destroy you. The bear laughed and sneered at it. They sent the same message again with memorandum that will gather 4 or more districts. The bear made fun of it again. Finally, it was sent to the bear with these words, saying, in our village there are 4 brothers. We shall send them against you. When the bear heard this, it collected itself and went off on its way, after having withdrawn from the village right away. So it is with you.
Okay, you understand this? So his followers can say to Jacob Frank, Master, there's only 1,000 of us, but there's 1,000,000 of them. And Jacob Frank is like, look, 4 brothers are more powerful than 10,000 men. That is the power of love, right? Jesus taught us the power of love. Dante taught us about the power of love. If we can use it, we can conquer the world. Okay, we need to harness the power of the divine spark to come together to conquer the world. It is love that will conquer the world. All right, Amber, can you read, please?
Holy smokes.
Okay, you know what? This is too long, okay? So I'll just tell you the story. The story is very simple. There's an elephant, he's running loose, and he's killing people. So the king says, whoever can kill the elephant can marry my daughter. So a prince decides to do this. He disguises himself as a normal person, and he says to the king, I will go kill the elephant, but only on the condition that you first let me see your daughter. And the king says, sure, why not? Because you're going to die anyway. And when the prince sees the princess recognizes him right away and says, you must be a prince. Please don't go out there and get yourself killed. Marry me. And the king hears this and says, if you are truly a prince, you don't have to go kill the elephant. And the prince says, no, I already promised you what I will do. Out of my love for your daughter, I will go and kill the elephant. And he does. That's the power of love, okay? That's what Jacob Frank is telling you. That's the power of love. Do things not for money, do things not for power, but because of your love for each other, okay? That's a secret to conquering the world. All right, can you read, Amber?
Once, while the Sultan was visiting a slave gallery with his vizier, he asked each slave about his crime. All said they were innocent of the judgment. Only one, having revealed his crime, did not hide anything from the Sultan. Why should this criminal stay here with all these honest people, shouted the Sultan. Away with him off this galley. And so the criminal was released. The vizier asked the Sultan about it. Why do you set him free when he himself admits to his crimes? The king then asked the robber, what do you intend to do now? The robber fell at the Sultan's feet and said, O Lord, if you will take me into your service, then surely I will lack nothing, neither clothing nor robes, and you will see how devotedly I serve you. You will surely be content with me.
Okay, so again, he's teaching his followers how to conquer the world. And one thing that you need to understand is, yes, humans are animals, but there's still good animals and bad animals. And you need to differentiate, okay? Animals want to be loyal. So if you treat a good animal well, that animal will be loyal to you forever. Okay. All right, can you read, Alan?
It is a custom during the Jewish wedding that a distinguished person sit by the groom. I wanted to beat everyone up so that this place would be given to me. But they all spoke up. It is not proper to try to attain that by fighting, but by disputation. If you win over them in a dispute, then it will be proper for you to sit next to the groom. I asked them a few questions, and they give me the answers. This is not a great deal that you give me the answers because the school teachers taught you that. But answer me a single question, and that will be the end. And I ask, it stands with you that the father should circumcise his child, and in another place it stands that the mother should circumcise. To that they cannot answer. So I sat down beside the groom.
Okay, so the problem with people is that they're stupid, okay? And there are lots of these laws in the Bible. And if you just look at the Bible, you just read the Bible, there's contradictions. But the Jews believe, oh no, the Bible is the word of God. But if it's the word of God, why are there so many contradictions in the Bible? Okay? And all you have to do is reveal these contradictions to the Jews, and they'll just shut up and obey you, right? So what he's telling his followers is, if you want to win the world, you cannot win the world through violence and power because there's too many enemies. If you want to win the world, you do so through argument, through learning, by showing the stupidity of people. And this is very effective, okay? So he's telling his followers, go become lawyers, man. Go become scholars. And at some point in the 19th century in Warsaw, all the top lawyers in Warsaw are Frankists, okay? Because Franks will teach you how to think for yourself, how to think critically. All right, can you read Alan?
Elohim said...
Okay. Elohim is the gods, okay? Keep on going.
Noise Adam, let us make a man. They wanted to make man higher than he is now, but it was from God himself that Adam should sing. And so in all ages they fall until it reached the lowest lowness. And from among the lowest of the low, as we are, our bracement down to the very bottom. It will be so that our rise may go on forever upwards, and assuredly out of deep darkness the light will appear us. As was said above, that is exactly what you have yet from Signor Santo. We shall thank Adam.
Okay, so the Elohim are gods, okay? So what he's saying is that there's a hierarchy of gods. And the true God had an argument with the Elohim, okay? The Elohim is basically saying, let's make man as servants to us. So the man should be imbued with both spirit and a bit of flesh. And God says, no, I want man to be all flesh, to be all pleasure. Okay? Why? because that will allow man to sin. And the more they sin, what they will do is learn wisdom and knowledge. That's a secret to mortals. Because we can sin, we can learn knowledge in a way that the gods cannot. And so the more we sin, the more knowledge we have. That's why it's important to sin. If you do not sin, you just follow the laws of man, you'll just stay stupid. Okay? But if you really want to understand the world, break the rules. The law says, don't go and steal from the store. Why not? Try it. See what happens to you. The worst is that you'll be fined, right? Or you go to jail for a day or 10 days, whatever, okay? But it's knowledge. It's true knowledge that God cannot give you. That's why God created us, to do things that He cannot do, right? All right, can you read, Amber?
If you would have held on to her by that golden thread, as was indicated before, that with her is the power of leading you before that big brother, who is the King of Kings, or to lead him down to you together with his brothers and his whole household, so that the whole company could see him. As I promised to show you God, so that everyone individually would have the power of asking him for 3 things. Then we would be united with him, and at the time, we would go out in freedom from everything. That is from death, subjugation, etc., as we said above.
Okay, so something to understand about the religion is the Messiah is actually Jacob Frank's daughter, Eva. Okay, so the Messiah is a woman. That's the first thing. Second thing is that there's an eschatology in this religion. At the end of days, when all the world ends, we'll have eternal life. Okay, so in most religions, it's when we die, we become spirit. But Jacob Frank's like, why would we want that? Why would we want to be like a floating spirit in space? We can't feel any pleasure. True pleasure is to enjoy life. Have as much sex as you want, man. Eat as much food as you want. Get drunk as much as you want. That's true pleasure. And that's what the end of days will be like. So when we have achieved the end of days, the big brother will come, okay? Big brother is like this interdimensional higher God who will come and give us all the wealth. We'll be free from death, okay? So that's what they believe. We'll talk about this next week as well. But keep this in mind, okay? All right, okay, so this is too long, but let me tell the story. So a prince marries a goddess, and they have 2 kids, and the goddess kills both kids. And the prince gets angry and leaves her, but then they meet again. And the prince gets angry and says, why did you kill our kids? And the goddess says, here are your kids, and the kids come back. What's happened is that by killing them, they've gone on to other dimensions to learn wisdom, to become strong and beautiful. And so what Jacob Frank is saying is, don't question me, okay? I know things you cannot possibly know. I can access different dimensions. I can access the truth of the world. So when I do things, it's for the greater good. But never ever question me. All right, this is actually an important story, okay? So Amber, can you read it, please?
When I was little, I was at the place of an old lord, and he had pears of extraordinarily flavor and smell in his garden. He gave me some to taste and some for eating. I asked him, do you have many trees in your garden like this that give this fruit? He answered, I have a lot of big old trees and a few young ones. I said to him, I will steal fruit from your garden and cut branches so I can plant them myself in my own garden. The Lord said, if you manage to steal them, then they will be yours. I won't do anything bad to you for it. But if I catch you in the garden, then I will do with you as I please. That garden was surrounded by a strong, high wall. Taking a long pole, I measured the height of the wall, and having gathered some lads in the woods, I had them make a ladder for that height. Having immediately concluded that there must be some kind of trick here, when I got there, I first climbed up the ladder, and I noticed a long cord lying along the wall. I concluded immediately that there was some kind of trap, not threading on the cord at all. I looked for the place where it ended, and I noticed that at the end of the cord there hung a pistol attached so that whoever moved the cord, immediately the weapon would fire and the report would give a sign. Immediately I caught hold of the hammer unwounded and having emptied the pen, cut the pistol off the cord and took it for myself. Then thereafter, I ordered my lads to climb the wall and we stole whatever we wanted. I cut 3 branches off its tree too and carried them off to my garden. In the morning, the Lord sees and recognized the theft. Thereafter, he posted a lot of guards to stand watch in the garden at night. What did I do? I went with my boys and we all stood round the wall and fired guns so that we did not allow the guards to sleep. I did this for 3 nights, night after night, the guards being worn out. I didn't go to the 4th night. The guards settled down to sleep. Thereafter, I returned with my peasants and began to steal. That Lord sent for me, but I would go only with one who had been there at the conversation. When I got there with him, the nobleman began to get mad at me. Then that other said, "But you have such an agreement." And so there was peace between us.
Okay, so this is a really important story, okay? So let me explain why. First of all, it's a rewriting of 2 different stories. It's a rewriting of the story of the Garden of Eden, right? When God told Adam and Eve, don't eat the fruit. And what the story is telling you is that it's not their fault, it's God's fault, okay? That's number 1. Number 2 is, it's also a rewriting of the story in Augustine's Confessions. So Augustine is one of the main architects of the Catholic Church. He writes a story of how, when he was young, he and his friends went to steal pears from a tree. And they stole the pears, and then he recognized that, oh, he did this not because he was hungry or because the pears were tasty. It's because he's an evil person, okay? And what Jacob Frank is saying is, that's a stupid story. What God wants us to do is to break the rules of man so we can be more wealthy, okay? And this is a story that's also metaphorical. He's telling his followers that God will not punish us if we break the laws, okay? Because God cares about our creativity. God cares about our willingness to try new things, to explore, to test the boundaries. That's what God wants. So as long as we do so and we don't break fundamental laws like killing other people or hurting other people that angers God, we'll be fine always. And I will show you how to do so. I will show you how to get power and not break the laws of man. Don't worry about morality. Don't worry about convention, taboos. These are all idiotic things that doesn't matter. We just made them up. Okay? What matters is that we gain more and more power. And I will show you how to do so through trickery and through deception. Yes?
Do we have a specific time that we can really do such things so freely and we are not restrained by laws and such stuff?
Okay, look, Jacob Frank, first of all, he's a Kabbalist, okay? So he's a mystic. And if you go into the mystical Jewish tradition, they teach you that the universe is consciousness, it's vibrations. So in other words, reality is just a hallucination. It's what we imagine it to be. And so these laws, these taboos, these transgressions, they're all things we made up. They have absolutely no relevance to reality, okay? And so the reality is that if everyone thinks these laws exist, but you know they don't exist, that makes you king, okay? So that if you can see this for yourself, become a king, become a prince. In fact, you'd be stupid and weak and ignorant if you did not do so. If you know for a fact that these laws are stupid, then break them. Take advantage of this. Okay? If there's a gold bar sitting in front of you and you refuse to take it, it doesn't mean you're virtuous, it just means you're stupid. Right? Okay. Okay, can you read, please, Alan?
Yeah. There is no people like the Jews. They are like snakes and crocodiles, for there is no love at all among them, but only jealousy, hatred, and contention one against another. But it is by far the worst in Poland. Therefore, it stands, the evil will open from the north. Everything else will be revealed from there as well.
Okay. Can you read this as well?
Yeah. There is one thing that neither 1,000 or 2 nor 3,000 men could lift that thing up. and you would be able to lift it very easily with one hand.
Okay, so what is this thing where 1,000, 10,000 men can't lift up? It's convention, it's social convention, right? It's laws that we agree on, it's morality. But you see the truth for yourself because I've taught you the truth, and therefore it's easy for you to lift it up, okay? So it's the laws of man that we have problems defying. But once you see the truth for yourself, once you've trained your mind to see that everything around us is false, then you become God, you become king, okay? Also, what this line tells us, he's complaining about the Jews, right? Frank hates the Jews because he thinks that the Jews have done this upon themselves, right? Why is it that the Jews get persecuted everywhere? Why is it that Jews get massacred everywhere? It's because of their silly little mind, where they think that the law says we can never convert. Who says so? Because of these rabbis? These rabbis are human as well. Think for yourself. Okay? See the truth for yourself. And that's what he's teaching his followers. All right. Okay, this is actually a really important story. So can you read it, Amber?
There was a certain rich Jew who loved all men powerfully and received guests graciously, not
begrudging them.
Begrudging them food or drink.
So this guy is rich, the richest Jew in the world, and he's generous. And so we should all worship him, right? We should all be grateful to him. We should all honor him, right? But let's see what happens. Keep on going.
Those he treated said to him that they greatly loved him mutually. What does he do? He takes a fat roast goose and having dressed it in a shirt and having put it in a little coffer, went in the morning to his friends who had eaten with him and asked them for advice, saying, "The peasants have planted a dead child on me, and want to make an attack on me. What shall I do?" All of them answered him, "We don't want to know about it, neither about you nor that child." He went away from them as if he were very worried at all.
Okay, so he's very rich, he's very generous to people, and then he's asking himself, are they really my friends? Or are they being nice to me just because I'm nice to them? Because I'm wealthy? So he designs a test, okay? And he's asking for help. And when he asked for help, he realized that these friends are going to help him, even though he was very generous to them. Okay, keep on going.
He went to his neighbor who was also wealthy, but they had never had close relations. He asked him what his advice might be. He replied to him, "Dear neighbor, let's go and dig a hole at the edge of your estate and bury the chest there and put some boards and other stuff on top of it." But those who had eaten with him themselves went and spied out the place where they buried the chest, and they themselves went to the squire of that town, reporting to him that terrible deed. That lord, together with his whole household, took himself off and went to the house of that Jew. Having arrived there, he ordered the householder immediately thrown in irons and ordered the place dug up to find the child. But to the great surprise of everyone, when the chest was opened, the roast goose was seen in the shirt. The Lord asked what that might be. Thereafter, that Jew replied that it was to test those who really loved him that he did it, and that I wanted to see if they were really as kindly disposed to me as they had said, but I have concluded the reverse.
So if you're very wealthy, you're nice to people, they'll think you're stupid and naive, and they'll plot against you. Okay? That's the reality that you live in. If you want to become rich, you have to break the laws of man. If you want to stay rich, you have to be mean to people. You have to recognize that people are inherently evil. Okay? They're animals. Okay, Alan, can you read, please? Yeah.
It is written that silver answers everything. It is not even possible to draw near God without money.
Okay, so how do you know you're successful? How do you know you're happy? Money, right? This story down below, he tells a story of how he has these followers and he's well respected. So now these noblemen are trying to bribe him and says, "Hey, why don't we join forces? I'll give you $1 million. And he says, "No." "I'll give you $1 billion. No." "I'll give you $1 trillion. No, no, no," okay? Because what matters is believe in our mission, okay? Our mission is to create a new world. Our mission is to usher in the Messianic age. That's what matters. Okay, not the money. All right. So, can you read, Alan?
Yeah.
Two maidens.
Two maidens from Poland, daughters, were leaving and wanted to lie down on the bed. I wanted to have intercourse with them. At that one nun came, undressed and also lay on the bed. I lay on the bed. The nun says to me, "Lord Frank, what are you doing?" "Indeed, I am married," I replied. "What of it?" "Exposition, that thing with the nuns was prepared for you, and you do that with them in squares, towns and streets, and that would have been an eternal praise for you. Also that the priest would become you servant, but you did not want it."
Okay, so this is a really important idea. The idea is that the reality is constructed through hallucination, okay? Through our own imagination. And so everyone is living in someone else's imagination. These laws were created by someone else. But what this means is that what you can do is create your own reality, and then when you create your own reality, then people will obey your laws, okay? So think of the story. This is a nun, and she's sworn to uphold the church rules, right? But all Frank did was undress, lie in bed, and just lay there and imagine her coming. And she does. She comes, she undresses, and she's lying beside him. And now she's like, I'm afraid that if I do this, if I have sex with this man, I will be punished by God. And then he's like, don't worry about it, okay? So the world is what you make of it. The world is what you imagine of it. If you train your mind to see the world in a certain way, then everyone else will see the world your way, okay? That's what controls the world, the imagination. Does that make sense, guys? Okay? But you can see why he's so powerful, right? Yeah, yes?
But like if I create my own world inside my head, but I did not tell others or I did not influence others by my actions, how could I like let others to follow my world?
Okay, so this is something that a normal person cannot do, okay? This is someone who has an imagination can do, right? So think of a writer. The writer is imagining the world and writing it down, okay? And when you read the book, what happens? You come into this world. Think of a television show, right? A television show is just a reality that someone made up. When you watch a television show, you think it's real. You come into this world, okay? And this is what you can do as well. If you train your mind a certain way, but you have to train your mind a certain way, okay? And how do you train your mind? Through constant education, through reading, through dialogue, through debate. And that's why the Franks are so powerful, okay? Because they're not like a bunch of robbers. They're people who are deeply engaged in learning and exercising their imagination. Okay, does that make sense? All right, so this is really important. So what's gonna happen is that most of Frank's followers are Jews. And what they're gonna do is they're gonna convert together to the Catholic religion. Because when they do so, they will be given more opportunities to grow in power, okay? They'll be patronized by Catholic royalty. Okay, so they decide to convert together. But before they do, they have a ceremony to mark their conversion. Okay, can you read, Amber? On the night?
On the night of that day, the following deed took place. The Lord set up a guard in the courtyard made up of our people, so that no one might dare even to look through the window. And he himself went in with the brothers and sisters, undressed nude, and also Her Highness OBM, and ordered all those gathered to do so. And after having taken a little bench, he drove a nail into the center and set 2 burning candles on the bench, and hung his cross from the nail. And so after having knelt before it himself, he took the cross and bowed to the 4 sides and kissed it. Then Her Highness and then everyone he ordered to do so. After that, the sexual relations took place thereafter according to his determination. At that, one of the women laughed. Then at the moment, the Lord ordered the candles put out, saying, if they would let the candles burn, they would see what would happen. And at the time, he said, with this deed we go to the naked things. Therefore, it is necessary to go naked.
Okay, this deed is conversion, okay? So what they're doing is this. They're converting to a new religion, and they're supposed to swear loyalty to a new faith, a new God. But what they're doing in the ceremony is swearing loyalty to each other, okay, through a ritual. And this ritual, it's not sex, it's a ritual of love, where Jacob Frank is instructing each other on how to behave in a sexual manner, okay? And this is a way to cement their covenant with each other. And what this does is it empowers everyone to go far and wide. But no matter how far and wide you go, remember that we still love each other. And because of our love for each other, we'll find each other. Okay? So he tells a lot of stories of how these princes goes around the world in disguise. Because you have no choice. Because this world is run by idiots. This world is governed by idiotic laws. And therefore you must disguise yourself. You must hide yourself. But remember that we will always find each other because we know each other for who we are. Okay? Because we're bounded by this covenant with each other. So the thing about the Frankists that's very annoying, or which makes people hate them, is they're always engaging in this sort of sexual rituals. They have incest with their children. They have incest with their daughters. They do a lot of wife swapping. Okay? And you may think to yourself, this is degrading. But if you think about it, wife swapping, who has the power in the relationship? It's actually the wife, right? Because before, the wife had to stay at home, and she had to and she couldn't use her body. But now with wife swapping, she can now meet other powerful men and control them, manipulate them, okay? So the Frankists are an extremely egalitarian people where there's also women empowerment, okay? Does that make sense? All right, can you read, Amber?
August 28th, 1762. Her Highness OBM traveled from this place to the Lord.
Okay, so they're in Poland. Her Highness is a daughter, right? Eva. Okay, the Messiah. Keep on going.
She arrived there the 8th of September, stayed, and on the day of judgment had sexual relations with the Lord for the first time. The 18th of October, the Lord said to her, "Now you have become pregnant by me with a son." When she came to the Lord for the first time, the Lord began with her that ceremony that King Ahasuerus did with Esther, at which she was mightily frightened.
Okay, so this is incest, and the goal of this incest is for Jacob Frank to create another body to reincarnate, okay? So they believe in reincarnation. So even though Jacob Frank, he's really the last iteration of Sabbatai Zevi, he's the last one we know about, okay? There must be someone else as well, okay? So what Jacob Frank and Sabbatai Zevi represent is a more powerful understanding of faith, okay? So remember, there have been three different understandings of faith. The Catholics believe in the idea of justification by works. If you just do what the church tells you to do, if you avoid sin, you go to heaven. Martin Luther says that's stupid. The church doesn't have authority to decide who goes to heaven, so he used the idea of justification by faith. It's only if you truly believe in God that you can go to heaven. But the question is, how do you really believe? So you believe in God, and what Sabbatai Zevi and Jacob Frank says is by sinning, by going against the laws of man, by being shunned by your community, by being hated by your community. That is true faith in God. And when you do this, when you sin, not only do you learn knowledge, but your faith grows more powerful. And those who understand this, we are a forever community. We are the true prince of the world. We're the true leaders of the world, and together we will rule the world together. And guess what, guys? They succeeded. All right, why? Well, because, look, at the end of the day, the Frankists, they're a secret organization. And they figured out how to create the most resilient, the strongest organization in the world, okay? So these are the characteristics of a really strong organization. Here's strict hierarchy. So everyone's loyal to Frank, okay? Unity of purpose. They're all loyal to Frank. Selflessness. They all love each other. Relentless pursuit of material victory. They love money, secrecy, discipline, energy, and motivation. Okay? Self-hatred, fear, anger, jealousy. Okay? And self-hatred, fear, anger, and jealousy is is created by sinning, right? Because when you have sex with your own daughter, when you do this sort of stuff, you feel tremendous guilt. But this guilt can be channeled to make you more energetic, to make you more focused on success, to make you want to achieve the end of days. Okay? Does that make sense? All right, so again, guys, Frankinism is not Judaism. These are two different things. In fact, Frankinism is a rejection of Judaism, okay? Because in Judaism, they teach you about the spirit. Well, for Frank, the spirit doesn't matter. What matters is the material. Because the spirit doesn't allow you to access wisdom. It's the material that allows you to access wisdom. Sinning allows you to access wisdom. Jews tell you to obey Yahweh. And Frank says, no, what matters is we defeat Satan here on earth, okay? That's the true mission. Defeat Satan. Jew says, trust God. All right, so the idea is, don't worry about the Messiah coming. Eventually he'll come and he'll lead us back to Jerusalem and he'll bring us all back and he'll build a third temple. And Frank says, no, let's not wait. God doesn't want us to wait. God wants us to seize the day. God wants us to make our own world. That's why God created us, because we have the capacity to create our own world, our own paradise. So let's do it. Let's not wait, okay? So he's an accelerationist, okay? And you do that by sinning a lot, by showing the fakeness of this world, that this world is ultimately an illusion, okay? So does this philosophy make sense to you guys? Mm-hmm. All right. So one thing that you guys need to know is that it is rumored that Frank, he's actually the true founder of the Illuminati, which is an alliance of secret societies that control the world today, okay? So the Frankists, what they will do is, when they convert to Catholicism, they will have access to both the Jewish faith, Islamic faith, as well as the Jesuit faith, the Catholic faith, okay? And they will combine all three together, because they have spies everywhere that allow these different secret societies to coordinate, okay? So there's only a rumor that Frank founded the Illuminati, but I suspect he did. Why? Because one of the most famous members of the Illuminati is Goethe, okay? And Goethe wrote a very famous play called Faust. And let's think about the plot of Faust. The plot is this. You have Faust, who's a scholar, and he's looking for wisdom. So he makes a deal with Mephistopheles, the devil, and Mephistopheles says, I will give you eternal wisdom in return for your eternal life, your soul. And Faust says, sure, okay? And Faust does a lot of things. He sins, he has sex with a young child, she dies. He does a lot of really bad things, but he learns a lot of wisdom. And when he dies, he's supposed to go to heaven. When he dies, he's supposed to go to hell, okay? But at the very last minute, when Mephistopheles has come to claim his soul, God sends angels to rescue Faust and take him away, okay? That's a very Frankist attitude towards life. Sin as much as you want in order to gain wisdom. If you do so, if you gain a lot of wisdom, then God will reward you with eternal life, okay? All right, again, the Frankists infiltrate the Jesuits, and so a lot of people believe that the Frankists now control the Catholic Church, or have a lot of say over the Catholic Church, okay? Okay, they also infiltrate the Freemasons. I'll show you this next class, okay? They're also a major influence on development of Mormonism, okay? If you look at the structure of the Mormon Church and you look at Frankinism, it's very similar. Scientology, guys, okay? If you just look at Scientology, it's very similar to what the Frankists believe as well. All right, some very famous Frankists in history. Look, there's lots of them, okay? But it's all secret because they work in silence. The big thing is their secrecy their secrecy, okay? They go in silence. But we know for a fact that Louis Brandeis, who is the first Jewish Supreme Court justice in America, he was a Frankist. And there's a very famous university, Brandeis University, founded after him. Okay? So if you know that this guy is a Frankist, think about how many other very powerful Americans are also Frankists. Okay? I'm not allowed to name their names because, well, they would deny it, and I would get in a lot of trouble if I mention their names. But they are very powerful people, and you know who they are. Okay? You will know their names, but you may not know they're Frankists. This is William Butler Yeats, who is a very famous Irish poet. He himself also is a member of secret society, okay? And we're going to read a poem together by Yeats to show you the influence of Frankist philosophy on modernity. In fact, what I will show you next class is you can make the argument that Jacob Frank and Sabbatai Zevi together, they created modernity in the West. All right, so we're going to read a poem by this very famous Irish poet, who is also a Nobel Prize winner, also a member of a secret society called the Order of the Golden Dawn, okay? All right, so it's called Crazy Jane Talks with the Bishop, okay? So Emma, can you read, please? It's very simple.
I met the bishop on the road, and much said he and I.
Okay, so this is a woman, and she's talking to a bishop, right? A high religious authority. Keep on going.
Those breasts are flat and fallen now, fallen now. Those veins must soon be dry. Live in a heavenly mansion, not in some foul sty.
Okay, so you're fallen, right? So you've seen a lot in life. You've lived a terrible life, but don't worry. God is forgiving. If you convert, if you change your life now, God will forgive you. All right, and all will be good. Keep on going, Amber.
Fair and foul are near of kin, and fair needs foul, I cried. My friends are gone, but that's a truth, nor grave nor bed denied. Learned in bodily lowliness and in the heart's pride.
You cannot have you cannot have good without evil. You cannot have ugliness, you cannot have beauty without ugliness, okay? So, and this is something that I've learned because I've sinned, because I've gone low. Okay, keep on going.
A woman can be proud and stiff, one on love intent, but love has pitched his mansion in the place of excrement, for nothing can be soul or whole that has not been rent.
Where is God? Where is love? God is in garbage, okay? So you have to sink low to truly find God. You have to sink low to truly find yourself. You have to destroy yourself in order to truly create yourself. Okay? And that is a very Frankist attitude. So in many ways, Frankist belief has conquered modern Western culture. And I will show you why next class, okay? Any questions?
Like, I think Frank said that you can have all pleasures that you want of sins, but I think that is a kind of low vibrations, so we need to have that low vibration and sins to learn our mistakes so we can find the success, right?
Okay, look, sin is taboo, okay? It's these barriers. It's these walls in front of you. But if you really want knowledge, you have to break through these walls so that reality can reveal itself more clearly to you. Do you understand? Sin are all these invisible walls that you put in front of you for no particular reason. It's all part of your imagination. Okay? So if you want to see the world as it truly is, if you really want to see yourself for who you truly are, then you must sin. Because sin will also cause a process of guilt and reflection and wisdom, okay? It will cause another process of pain and suffering. And we avoid sinning because we're afraid of social condemnation. We're afraid of being laughed at. We're afraid of being mocked by other people. But if you really want true knowledge, you have to go against social conformity. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. So sin, don't sin just for the sake of sinning. Sin because it allows you to access greater knowledge, a deeper knowledge. Okay, does that make sense, guys? All right. Any more questions? Yeah?
Do you think that the Frankist ideology has an impact on the Palestine-Israel conflict? Because I think I see a lot of similar narratives coming.
Yeah, so at the very end of the course, I will teach you, like, the Sabbatean Frankists, they're the founders of Israel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so what's happening in Palestine and Israel today, it's driven by the Frankist philosophy, yes.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, great. So I'll see you guys next week.
Man, so many people do this. I used to do it when I was younger. I'd say it lasted till I was early 20s or something. Playing small. Gotta play small. Why? Why did I do it, and why do most people do it? The reason I did it, mostly, was because I made people uncomfortable all the time without realizing it, or without trying to. I made videos about that. And when my energy was up, when I was, when I was hitting it, they'd get uncomfortable. And it like sucked. I'm wanting to share. It's natural to want to share, kind of share joy with others and like, let's be joyous, not in superficial way. Yeah, what's joy? Authenticity. If somebody's having a conversation and you're seeing some different angles and you're like want to share on those angles, yeah, like that, just authenticity. And then I'd share on these angles, and then they'd get all they would like it would challenge them to look at what they're saying. It's like, oh no, maybe he's breaking it down at another level, maybe, so they didn't like that, and then they would like criticize me, like, why do you think weird? I was like, really? That's weird? It feels real natural. So that's just one example, but I learned, like, damn, I can't really be spontaneous and just free-spirited, because then people would get uncomfortable. And then especially if you're around a more authoritative people, parents or school teachers or officials or your employer, then I learned, well, I got to really be careful now. Get fired over that or whatever. I saw the way that most people perceived me was they were not perceiving me in a correct light. I realized that. And so then I tried to modify myself. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but how are you going to do that? See, this is what this is about. This is what the video is about. So I try to play small, but how do you play small when you're not small? How do you do that? And then you pay for it. That's what would happen. I'd pay for it. Inside, I would pay for it. I'd feel it just sucks. I feel like I'm killing my spirit in the name of what? Making bots feel comfortable? It's like they need to feel uncomfortable. This is what I learned later. I'm like, wait, they need to feel uncomfortable. I'm not responsible for how they feel. Not when I'm being honest. Look, but man, there's all, the mind can justify anything. So if somebody is like, they got into an accident and they got a scar on their face, I'm not gonna come up, and let's say it doesn't look too good, it's scabby and everything. I'm not gonna come up and say, damn, that looks like seriously bad. Being honest, no, okay, so I don't think I need to make that example. I think we know. But because part of being honest and authentic, it comes with wisdom, which has tact, which knows, okay, there's certain things like you don't say, and it's common sense. But for the most part, you're just flowing. You're in your natural flow. That's important. If you don't do that, you'll end up with cancers or something someday. That inner badness you feel, that I felt when I would compromise, that will eat your body up at some point. And the doctors won't say that's why. It'll say, no, some disease flew in from Alaska and that's why you're sick. The doctors never trace things back to like a metaphysical level or even the level of, I've never heard doctors, unless it's a holistic, a naturopath or something, look at like lifestyle habits, or do you beat off every day, or, what kind of company you're hanging out with, as though that doesn't have a huge effect on if your body's gonna have elements or not. It's insane. Okay, so that's another subject. That's like True Health channel. So we're talking here, how many people play small? More than not. I tell you that, if people weren't playing small, then those of you that don't feel accepted by society, you wouldn't feel that way. The reason you feel that way is because you're making people uncomfortable, because they're playing small, because we're all conditioned to play small, because we don't want to like disturb nobody. So everybody's walking around in this fake persona because like they don't want to disturb anybody. And then the mind justifies and calls it, no, we're being polite though, being nice. You see how the mind justifies? You see why self-honesty is a rare thing? Because the mind can sabotage any kind of real introspection. It'll just slap on, some justification or whatever to make it sound like appropriate, you know. So some of you though have escaped this net of like Maya and conditioning, and you're just following the beat to your own drum, and then grace is with you and lets you break things down on a level that most people don't understand. And yeah, you're gonna feel more alone in that sense. So people play small because they worry. That was why I did the main thing, is because I didn't want to make people uncomfortable. But a lot of people do it too because they think they have to. That's the only way you can get ahead in life. How can you get ahead in life? Like, I gotta play the role. I gotta play the game. I gotta pretend to be what my employer wants me to be, so then I can get the raise and then I can keep going up, or making YouTube videos. I got to find out what the trend is, so then I can make the videos, and then people will like that, and then I can get ads or sell courses, whatever. When the predominantly the world is fake, meaning their motives aren't pure, there's a lack of authenticity, then that means you probably have to follow that suit if you want to get up in the world, because that's the frequency of the world. And so if you want material gains and successes and all that, then you're gonna have to play that role. Unless you're really dedicated and devoted to truth, then God will carve out a niche and role for you, and you don't have to worry about it. But you have to really be dedicated. It has to be, you can't even help it. It's not a choice. It's not like, all right, I'm gonna try this authenticity thing. No. You can't, like, that's it. Like, okay, kill me. If I can't be authentic, kill me. Like, I don't know what to say. I can't do it. Okay. When you have that level of intestinal fortitude in regards to spiritual principles, let the universe take care of you. And you keep renewing that faith every day. Don't look for results. Like, where I don't see any money. Is you sure it's taking care of me? You see, that's your test. You have to trust that this is how you can trust somebody. This is the only way you can trust somebody, is what I'm going to say now. When they're living their life according to God's laws, inner sanction, not trying to please you. If let's bring it back to the movie, they do better. They can give, that will be a better, I'll do more justice, give an example of that movie than trying to think of something. But I don't know the name of the movie now. Damn it. All right. Oh, almost. You guys will know though when I start talking about it. Paradise somewhere. Something about paradise. And what's the guy's name? I like him. But there's the two actors, Joaquin Phoenix and can't remember. They go to Malaysia and they buy a bunch of hash. And then Joaquin Phoenix stayed there while his friend left, because I don't remember why. Police got him. Yeah, those of you in Asia, careful with drugs, they'll kill you. So they were getting ready to kill Joaquin Phoenix, and then his friend found out about it through his sister, Joaquin Phoenix's sister. And then he went back to help him. He thought if he went back and testified on his behalf, like said, look, I'm part of it too, man. Like we did some, sorry, we did some stupid things. Can you please not like kill my friend? Okay, I won't say what happened after that. Go see it. All right, because it doesn't matter what happened after that. It's not the point. The point is he went back. All right, why did he go back? because his sister was like seducing him and said, "I'll give you a little something if you like go back." That ain't why he went back. Did he go back because like Joaquin Phoenix was, he like owed him something? He's like, okay, Joaquin Phoenix like saved me. I was getting beat up by a bully 10 years ago and he like beat him, so now I'm gonna go. No, that ain't why. Why did he go back? He went back because he had to go back. If he didn't go back, regardless of what the consequences are that he got, and he got some, regardless of that, he had to go back because he had to go back. He just had to go back. It's like the other movie. There's just too many movies. The guy goes to Iraq. I almost have it. He goes to Iraq with that they're fighting in the Iraq war, and he has the Iraqi translator with him, and he got shot. The Iraqi translator like saved his life. Like was like he couldn't move, and he's pulling him on this sled, and got him all the way back to safety. There's no way he would have made it if the translator didn't do that for him. So the guy goes home to America. Oh, everything's good now. The Iraqi translator is like in Iraq, and all the Muslims are hunting for him because they found out he was a traitor. He helped the American. This guy that went back to the Covenant. See, I remember the Covenant. I know I've mentioned these before, but they fit now. So like, yeah, there you go. They're just really good examples. So he started drinking, trying to drown these feelings. Because his inner sanction, he has, like the guy saved it, like he owes him, even if it means him going back, and then him getting killed and not seeing his family get like, doesn't matter. He has to pay. He has to help the person that helped him. All right, those type of beings you can trust. They're not doing it for you. It looks like on surface level they're doing it for you. It looks like he's doing it for the Iraqi guy on surface level. But no, he's doing it because he cannot not do it. He couldn't. He would be murdered inside, a slow, grueling death, if he didn't go back and help him. That's why he's doing it. Those people you can trust. You don't have to worry about it. You can leave all your money on the table and go out, and they're not going to take it. Why? Because of that inner principle. Those people you can trust. They can't play small. When those principles are activated in you, you can't play small. You just can't do it. It just doesn't matter the consequences, because the consequences will be worse if you play small, or if you compromise yourself to try to preserve this, your money or your body or whatever. Like, it's that pales in comparison to the inner price you're going to pay by not living in alignment as the universe dictates to you and through you. All right? Most people aren't like that. I'm talking to those who are like that, or who it does something to you when you hear these words. Maybe not. You may have these principles, but they're not totally awake in you yet, but they're ready to be, they're a little dormant. Yeah, this message is for you too. Most people, it's totally asleep. They don't even know what we're talking about right now. I wish the algorithm could, I want it to get to the level where it knows. Yeah, wouldn't that be cool? It'll size up my message, and then it'll know, okay, this person's be good. Okay, this person, that'd be cool. Then everybody that see, as it is now, the algorithm, you can make a video algorithm just send almost damn near anybody. I mean, yeah, it learns over time, your audience, but it's still, you end up with a lot of riffraff still. I've said before, out of 43,000 subscribers, no, I'd say less than 5% are like, are my real people. So I'm talking to those 5%. All right, did I miss anything? Make you think? But yeah, I got it. I hit it. I hit the main points. So I have some books. If you want to see any of my books, you can go to my website and check those out. We do some groups. some satsang groups, and you can see that link also on the website. And yeah, I've been hitting these videos now 14, 15 minutes. It moved up. It used to be 10, 11 minutes, but all right, I wish you guys a good day, and I'll talk to you soon for sure.
For the country appreciate it, and for those folks in Nottingham, England, we were reading a very nice article about Prince Charles and his understanding of the Spirit. And of course we have people up in Canada and Alaska, so good to have you with us. And we're studying the book of Matthew, and for those of you that are here, it's on page 25 in the New Testament. And if you remember last week, we started with a thing that's unfortunately totally misunderstood by so many of religionists, spiritual teachers, evangelists, and that is something called the abomination of desolation. Jesus was asked when the end time will come. And of course, most religious teachers have said, well, you know, when this person sets himself up in the holy place, then Jesus will come back again. Well, it's a total misreading of that. Jesus says, when you see the abomination of desolation standing in the holy place, then will the end time come, all right? What's he talking about? Abomination is horror. Desolation is barrenness. When you finally come to the understanding of the horror that exists in your life because of the barrenness of the divine mind, then will come the end time. Then will be the end of your subjugation to illness. Then will be the end of your subjugation to poverty. Then will be the end of your subjugation to stress and guilt and fear and anger and all of the things that have hurt you and have hurt so many people during your lifetime and during the world. The abomination of desolation standing in the holy place means you haven't the slightest idea that there is a God within you. You haven't the slightest idea that the kingdom of God dwells at the right hemisphere of the brain. Once you understand that, and once you're able to see that horror within yourself, then you'll start to work through your meditations to raise the Spirit of God, to take away that barrenness, to produce fruit within that right hemisphere, and then will the end of all of your sorrows and all of your struggles and all of your misunderstandings